strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who could change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, a mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellows and girls, nearly 2 weeks ago, I talked with you about the importance of salvage and urged all of you to join the Junior Salvage Army divisions organized in your own communities. Well, now it's a pleasure to thank and congratulate you on behalf of the salvage authorities for the enthusiasm with which you've been doing your job in collecting metal and rubber scrap. As a matter of fact, one of these gentlemen said that your efforts were far more productive in most instances than those of adults, and believe me, that's something to be proud of. The work you're doing, is very important to Uncle Sam's war effort, because it makes up for the shortage of raw materials and rubber needed in the stepped-up manufacture of guns and bullets and tanks and planes and all other much-needed war materials. Some of you were kind enough to write and tell us how you were winning increasing rank in the Junior Salvage Army as a reward for the large amounts of salvage that you've turned in. One letter particularly intrigued me. It's from Robert M. Childs, Jr., aged 13. And Bobby says, I thought you'd like to know that I'm now a sergeant in the Junior Salvage Army. Grandma and Aunt Harriet let me go through their attics and cellars, and Uncle Henry let me clean all the old license plates and tires and tubes out of his garage. I collected so much salvage stuff from them that my dad had to load it in his car and drive it down to the schoolyard. Grandma and Aunt Harriet and Uncle Henry were so pleased with the clean-up job I did in their places that they each gave me a 50-cent war-saving stamp. So I killed 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm going to keep on working at digging up scrap metal and rubber just as long as Uncle Sam needs it. And next time I write to you, maybe I'll be a lieutenant. Now, a spirit like that simply can't be licked, fellas and girls. So stay on the job. Uncle Sam needs your help to win this war.
And now, the adventures of Superman. When the reigning potentate of Mecca, the aged Sheikh Hussein Mohammed, requested that Clark Kent journey into the Belgian Congo in search of his long-lost son and heir, the mere request started a hornet's nest of trouble. To begin with, news that Kent might go on an expedition to locate the Sheikh's son reached the ears of Ben Ali Mohammed, a dishonest brother of the Sheikh and leader of the dread Black Narcissus cult. Immediately, orders were given that Kent must be stopped, murdered if necessary, for if the Sheikh's son was found and brought back to Mecca, neither his title nor his fabulous wealth would go to the brother. In the midst of everything, young Jimmy Olsen disappeared, and it was feared he had been abducted by the Black Narcissus cult. But now, as our story continues, Jimmy has returned to the hotel at which Kent and Lois are staying and is asleep in Kent's room. It is now almost midnight. Suddenly, 2 familiar figures in Arab dress step out of the shadows of the darkened street, enter the hotel, converse for a moment with the native clerk at the desk, and then silently mount the steps to the second floor. In the corridor outside Kent's room, they pause, and Ben Ali Mohammed, leader of the Black Narcissus cult, turns to his henchman, Kader.
Here is the room, number 19. What if the door is locked? I have what is called a pass key, a key that will open the door of any room in this hotel. I will try it now. The key fit? Yes, the door is now unlocked. I will open it gently. Can you see anything, Kader?
I see a bed and a person asleep in it.
Good. It is the reporter, Kent. You will steal into the room, Kader, and perform the task. But be quick about it. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Then go. But be swift and silent.
Slipping into the darkened bedroom, Kader approaches the bed in which Jimmy Olsen is fast asleep, blissfully unaware of the danger hovering over him. Suddenly, the white-clothed Arab removes an ivory-handled knife from beneath his cape. His arm comes up, and for a moment the steel blade of the knife reflects the yellow light shining in the corridor, and then, for some strange reason, Kader's arm drops to his side, and his dark eyes shift uncertainly from one end of the room to the other. At the half-open door, Ben Ali's voice is nervously urgent.
Kader, be swift. Why do you hesitate?
Close the door, Ben Ali.
In the name of Allah, what has come over you?
Close the door.
The knife was upraised. I saw it. Why, then, did you not make use of it? In the name of the seven-bearded prophet, speak. Do not stand there staring at me. Why did you not perform your mission?
There are 2 beds in that room, Benelli. There are 2 persons asleep in them. 2.
I saw only one.
The other is hidden in darkness. He cannot be seen from the door.
For that reason, you failed to do as you were instructed.
I did not know what to do. On my honor.
You are a fool, Gator. Go back into that room and perform your mission.
Who's the person? In which bed?
What difference does it make? On both of them if necessary.
Arguing heatedly over the problem of which of the 2 beds is being occupied by Clark Kent, then Alley and his henchman Cater move across the corridor to be out of earshot. Meanwhile, inside the room, a strange scene is taking place. Clark Kent, who had been waiting only for Cater to strike in order to stop the knife in midair, has decided on another move in the event the Arabian returns. Moving swiftly, Kent, as Superman, lifts Jimmy gently in his arms and transfers him to his own bed.
It's okay, Jim boy. Go to sleep. Dead to the world. Now to get into his bed, pull the covers up, and wait for my Arabian friend.
In the corridor outside the room, Ben Alley has convinced Cater that there is only one thing to do.
It is as I say. You will have to give the knife to both persons in both beds. Otherwise, we will accomplish nothing.
I am afraid, Benelli. You're right.
Come then, let's get it over with. Attend to the bed nearest the door first. And this time, do not permit anything to stand in the way. I have promised to pay you well once I have inherited my brother's riches. Now I will double what I have promised.
Open the door, Benelli. This time I will not leave the room until the mission is performed.
Go, Gator, and be swift.
Go.
Once again, Cater slips into the room and approaches the bed nearest the door. His arm comes up, the knife flashes momentarily, then plunges down at the figure huddled under the covers.
The knife is shattered. The person in this bed is a thing of stone.
Oh, Cater, not a thing of stone.
Help! It is the devil in the red chain.
Not so fast, Cater. You with the Benelli.
Flee, Gator, flee for your life.
Oh, no, you don't. Now, my 2 fine feathered friends, now that I've caught you red-handed, you're going where you belong, to jail.
Be merciful.
I'll be merciful. What I should do is knock your crooked heads together so you can't see straight or tie your lying tongue and announce you. Come on. You've got a date behind bars.
No. Where you're taking us, the stairway is in the other direction.
You won't use the stairway. It might attract attention.
But there's only a window at this end of the corridor.
Exactly. First, we'll open it. Now, we'll take one of you under each arm.
What are you doing?
We're going out the window, all 3 of us.
No, we will be killed.
It is murder.
You're a fine one to speak of murder. Come on, you're wasting time. Up, and away!
Diving out the open window with a terrified Arabian under each arm, Superman wings across the darkened city, resolved that once and for all, Ben Alley and his henchman Cater must be put behind bars. The following morning, in the hotel dining room, Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and Jimmy are having breakfast, when suddenly Jimmy looks up from his plate and stares off into space.
Jimmy, for heaven's sake, stop dreaming and finish your cereal.
Oh, me? Oh, yeah. I was just thinking about that dream I had last night.
What dream?
Well, it's all kind of hazy, but I dreamed someone was standing at my bed, kind of hunched up over me, and he had a knife in his hand, and...
Oh, Clark, how could you be so clumsy?
Sorry, Lois, my hand slipped and overturned the glass.
I'm soaking
Give me
wet.
water. Here, let me help you.
No, never mind. I'll go up and check
I'm
it.
terribly sorry, Lois.
Yes, I'm quite sure you are. Gosh, I don't know why she got sore, Mr. Kent. You didn't upset the glass purposely.
Lois is on edge. And you're to blame.
Me? Why?
That little disappearing act of yours had her worried to death. If you ever pull anything like that again, young man, our friendship is over.
Oh, don't worry, I won't. Hey, can I tell you about the rest of my dream? About the guy with the knife?
Never mind it now. Some other time.
Okay. Mr. Kent? Mr. Kent? Oh, someone's paging.
Yes, I know. Over here, boy.
Mr. Kent?
Yes?
I have 2 envelopes for you. One a cablegram and the other a steel communication from the palace of the Sheikh Mohammed.
Oh, thank you very much. You're quite welcome.
The cable must be from Mr. White, don't you think?
Probably.
What's it say?
Well, if you'll give me a chance to open it, I'll find out.
Can we go to Africa?
I'm afraid not. Here's what it says. No objection to Africa trip if someone foots bill.
Will it take much money, Mr. Kent?
Oh, about $5,000. Of course, if I went alone...
I've got $16.80 in the savings bank back in Metropolis. I was saving it up to buy a war bond, but...
Buying a bond is much more important than going to Africa, Jimmy. Anyway, that wouldn't buy a 5-mile ride on a camel. No, I guess it's out. Now, let's see what the communication from the Sheik's palace is.
Didn't you say the Sheik died yesterday, Mr. Kent?
Yes, this is probably an announcement of... Great Scott.
Oh, what is it?
Jimmy, look. A draft for $25,000 in American funds drawn on the Bank of Mecca.
Wow.
And a map of the Belgian Congo with an X marked on it and a notation, Prince Seba, son of the late departed Sheikh Hussein Mohammed, was last reported here.
Gosh, that means we can go. We've got the money and the map.
Jimmy, everyone in the dining room's looking at you. Keep your voice down.
We can go, can't we?
I suppose we can, but there's one thing I want clearly understood.
Oh, I'll do anything you say, Mr. Kent. I will make a move without your permission. I promise I will.
All right. But if you break that promise just once...
Don't worry, I won't break it.
Come on, then. We've got plenty to do before we leave. We'll have to pack and buy some clothes suitable for the jungle, and most important of all, hire a plane to get us down there. Now, you go up and tell Lois while I pay our hotel bill.
Clark, are you quite sure that Arabian pilot is, well, you know, competent?
He was recommended very highly. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the controls.
What on earth is Jimmy doing? Ever since we got on board, he's been hunched over his seat fiddling with a paper box.
I'll find out. Jimmy, what are you doing?
Just a minute, Mr. Kent. Okay, I'm ready now.
Ready with what?
Miss Lane, this is for you. I'm going away present.
Clark, it's a black narcissus.
Where did you get that, Jimmy?
Oh, man, the hotel gave it to me.
What?
He said to take it out of the box when we got on the plane and give it to Miss Lane.
Oh, drop it, Jimmy. Drop it.
Ow, Jimmy, I stuck myself on one of these darn thorns.
Jimmy, those thorns, they're poison.
Terrified, Lois is frozen to her seat as Clark Kent snatches the deadly black narcissus from Jimmy's hand and hurls it into the rear of the plane. But the damage has already been done. A tiny pink spot on the index finger of Jimmy's right hand indicates where the poison thorn has pierced the skin. What will happen? Will Clark Kent be forced to abandon the flight to Africa and return to Mecca? Don't miss tomorrow's exciting episode. For the first time, Superman is forced to fight a dangerous unknown enemy. Deadly poison. So don't miss it. Be with us, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Fellas and girls, don't let up, even for a little while, on your efforts to collect metal and rubber scrap. Keep in mind the great importance of this job in the American war effort. Don't forget that anything made of metal or rubber, no matter how old or battered, can and will be used to make war materials for our fighting forces. For instance, one battered old water pail contains enough scrap steel to make 3 bayonets. One broken-down lawnmower provides enough scrap steel to make 6 3-inch shells for our fighting navy. And one old copper kettle can be turned into 84 rounds of ammunition for an automatic rifle. And you know what one of our boys can do to the Japs or the Nazis with that. So you soldiers of the Junior Salvage Army, get into the scrap by digging up scrap to help Uncle Sam win this war.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
Hello?
Oh, John.
Yes?
We are christening the twins tomorrow morning, so will you come?
Sure thing, Daddy. What have you decided to name them?
Well, I'd rather let it be a surprise, old man.
Oh, of course.
I have a little work to do in the garage. There's quite a problem with the baby carriage.
Carriage? You have one carriage for both of them?
I will have as soon as I'm through. I'm converting the one I used for Robespierre. They're practically impossible to buy, you know.
Are they?
Oh, yes. But I think I can fix up the old buggy. It's in fairly good shape, and the rubber's like new. Just have to widen it a little.
Oh.
So see you tomorrow, John. So long.
Goodbye, Daddy. Poor Daddy. I bet he never thought he'd have to put rumble seats on a baby carriage.
Let's have a look here. I could knock out one side and put in a wider board. No, wouldn't balance. I'll have to knock out both sides. Oh, this stuff is like steel.
How, Daddy?
Snooks, leave this garage at once. Go on. Oh, look, you've got your slippers all black.
I ain't wearing any slippers, Daddy.
Well, don't tell me your feet are that color.
No, it's my socks.
Well, why didn't you put some shoes on?
I did. They're under the socks.
Have you gone insane, child? Nobody wears their socks over their shoes.
I do.
And what on earth for?
So nobody can hear me when I snoop around.
Well, I don't want you snooping around here. It's past your bedtime, and I have work to do.
I want to help you.
No.
I want to help you.
I don't need any help.
Well, I won't be much help, Daddy.
I know you won't. That's why I want you to go to sleep.
Oh, you keep waking me up with that hammering.
Well, I won't hammer anymore.
Why?
Because it keeps you awake.
But I like it.
Now, look here, Snooks. I've got to get this carriage fixed tonight so I can use it in the morning.
Are we getting some more babies?
No, we're not getting any more babies.
Why?
Now, that's none of your business. Did you get out of bed just to torment me?
No, Daddy. I love you, Daddy.
All right, let me work. I have to enlarge this buggy so the twins will fit in it.
They'll fit in it.
No, they won't. Not without mashing them.
Well, mash when I get the potato mash on.
Don't get anything except out of here. This perambulator was only made for one child, and a small one at that.
One of them can ride in it.
What about the other one?
Let him push it.
Snooks, your suggestions are not only impractical, but impudent. I'll thank you not to offer any more.
You're welcome, Daddy.
This thing takes a bit of figuring. The carriage is only 22 inches wide, and each one of the kids is 10 inches across.
Across where?
Across the widest part.
Oh, you mean?
Yes. So there's only one thing to do, and that's to widen the carriage.
Well, you could make it longer.
Oh, that wouldn't help. It's got to be wider. Here, let's see.
Yeah, let's see.
22 inches. 2 6-inch boards.
6 inch
Take those lug screws.
16,
Put a brace underneath. Oh, stop it. I'm trying to work this out.
I got it, Daddy.
Got what?
Make a double-decker.
A double deck?
Yeah.
The child on the bottom would suffocate.
Yeah, let's see.
Unless I made a window in the side.
Then it would leak. When it rained.
Yes, and that's no good.
Yeah.
No, the only way for the twins to be comfortable is to insert a board on either side.
Of the twins?
No, of the carriage. The first thing I have to do is kick in those slats.
Shall I go get them, Daddy?
Get what?
The twins.
What do I want the twins for?
So you can kick them in the slats.
I mean the slats in the buggy. I can't understand why your every thought about the twins contains some wish for violence. Is it because you're jealous of the attention we give them?
Maybe it is, and maybe it ain't.
Well, if it is, you'd better get over it. Because I don't show favoritism towards any of you. I treat you all alike.
No, you don't. When I bite my nails, you spank me.
Well?
Well, when those kids put their whole foot in their mouth, you think it's cute.
Oh, nonsense.
Yeah, you do.
Go to bed and let me fix this carriage.
Can I buy the twins a present, Daddy?
Well, certainly. What would you like to buy them?
A rattler.
A rattle? Why, that's a venomous snake. You mean a rattle, don't you? Don't you?
Do I?
You'd better. Yes, I'll give you some money tomorrow, and then you can buy them a rattle. It'll be a nice present for their christening.
Huh?
They're going to be christened in the morning.
What's that?
That's the naming ceremony. Remember last week in the newsreel you saw the lady christen that big boat?
Oh,
Well, tomorrow the twins get christened.
Who's going to hit him with the bottle?
Nobody hits them with a bottle.
Why?
Because they don't. This is a religious ceremony. We all have to go through it. And it takes place in church.
Do the angels do it?
Yes.
Did you get me from the angels, Daddy?
Yes.
And Robespierre?
Yes, he came from the angels, too.
Well, how come they send you twins this time?
They're working on a swing shift. Go to bed.
Can I go with you in the morning?
I'll think about it. Lately, you haven't been showing much of a pious streak, though. I hesitate taking you to church.
I didn't do nothing.
That's the trouble. I notice every morning at the table when I say grace, you have your eyes open.
How do you know?
I can tell. And you never pay any attention to those important words I say when we sit down to eat.
Yes, I do.
Well, what do I say before we start?
Go easy on the sugar, kids.
I do not. Not until after grace. And since we're on the subject of piety, I might as well let you know that you're not fooling me about saying your prayers. For the last 3 nights, you haven't said your prayers at all.
I don't have to.
Why not?
I got a rabbit's foot.
Oh, what a horrible excuse. Young lady, let me warn you. You'd better not put your faith in a rabbit's foot.
It's lucky, Daddy.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
That rabbit had 4 of them. And where is he? Throw it away. Just rely on your prayers.
Yes, Daddy, I'll be good.
All right, now run along, and I might take you to the christening tomorrow.
What's their name going to be, Daddy?
Will you promise not to breathe a word until it's all over?
I promise.
Well, I'm calling the boy Plato. After my cousin, who was a great philosopher.
Plato hit it?
Yes. Of course, I've decided to give the girl a rather elaborate name, but nothing ostentatious. Her name is Hibiscus.
Why'd you give them such funny names, Daddy?
Funny?
Yeah.
What's funny about Plato and Hibiscus? They're beautiful names. They're certainly not funnier than Robespierre and Lancelot.
Who's he?
Me, of course. It's a distinguishing mark of the Higgins family to give their offspring unique first names. That explains Robespierre and Plato and Hibiscus.
What explains me?
The less said about that, the better. Now go back in the house and let me finish this work on the baby buggy.
No, I don't think you should call the boy Pluto, Daddy.
Plato. And it doesn't matter to me whether you like it or not. That's going to be his name. So beat it.
I don't want you to fix the carriage.
No, it'll take too long.
Now, why don't you buy a new one?
In the first place, you can't buy new ones. And in the second place, this carriage is an heirloom. I got it from my father when you were born.
Did I ride in it?
After I fixed it up, I've tried to modernize it with each child. When you were born, I put on this handbrake.
It's like a car, ain't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And when Robespierre came along, I put on those balloon tires and the windshield.
Mm-hmm.
After I widen it for the twins, I'll add another accessory.
Like what?
Well, I haven't decided yet. At any rate, I always add something new for each child.
Daddy,
What?
I think you ought to get a stoplight.
Good night, Snooks.
Good night, Daddy.
Camels, the cigarette that's first in the service, present the Abbott and Costello program. With the music of Leith Stevens and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes and the Camel Quintet, tonight's guest, Miss Marlena Dietrich, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
No, Costello. Oh, Abbott, will you stop that noise? What are you doing here in the studio dressed in your bathing suit?
Well, I spent all day trying to get my car out of the swimming pool.
What was it doing there?
Don't you read the papers, Abbott? The government says you have to pool your car.
No, you dummy. They mean share the ride. You have to pick up people.
Oh, I did that yesterday. I picked up Helen, Mary, Rosie, and Josie.
But your car holds more than that.
Yeah, but now they only allow you 4 gallons a week. They only allow you now because you can't get it.
Well, never mind that, Costello. Where have you been all week? What have you been doing?
Oh, boy, have I been having fun with Connie Haynes.
No kidding.
Last Saturday, I took her to a football game. What a game! What excitement!
Any passes?
No, her mother was with us. And another thing, Abbott, there was a man sitting next to us with a 6-month-old baby. All afternoon, the kid was crying. He was so hungry.
Well, didn't the father bring a bottle?
Yeah, but the kid wanted milk. Finally, to shut the kid up, I give him a penny.
Well, did that keep him quiet?
Yeah, but he kept waving the penny in front of my binoculars. It ruined the game.
How did it ruin the game?
All afternoon, Lincoln was playing in the backfield.
No. Well, forget the football game.
Much better this afternoon, huh?
Yes, a lot better. We've got other things to worry about. You know, our announcer, Ken Niles, is complaining because he didn't have enough to do last week. Isn't that right, Ken?
Yes, it is. After all, I could give the program a lift. I'm a shot in the arm.
You said it. You're a dope.
Now, don't be silly, Costello. Niles is very popular.
Why, sure. Right after the broadcast last week, a lot of women chased me up Hollywood Boulevard, and one of them caught me and threw her arms around my neck.
I saw that.
You did?
Yeah. Why did you snatch her pocketbook?
Now, cut it out, Costello. Now, I talked to Ken's wife, and she says he should have more lines. She says he's got talent. She says he's terrific. She says he's colossal.
She says this. She says that. I don't care what his wife says.
Well, I do. My wife is a wonderful person. She's as necessary to me as an umbrella in a rainstorm.
I'll take the umbrella. It's easier to shut up.
No. Now, why don't you be reasonable, Costello? Mrs. Niles is a very sweet girl.
Yes, she is. You know, she's a great deal like Sonia Henny.
You mean you have to keep her on ice?
Now, please.
Are you folks hearing us?
Now, wait a minute, just a minute. Now, that isn't fair, Costello. Now, let's get together here. Give Ken a chance to show what he can do.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Thanks, Bud. I'd like to read a little tidbit that I just happened to bring along.
Oh, this is going to murder you.
One night as I sat rocking on my chamber floor, came a gentle knocking on my chamber door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. There, how'd you like that?
Don't look now, but the raven just laid an egg.
Hello, everybody, and hello, my fat little sugar man.
Oh, this voice of this kid is temporaneous.
Shh, quiet.
Hello, Connie.
Mr. Costello, honey, I'd like you and Mr. Abbott to meet someone. This is my Aunt Ruby.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Aunt Ruby. How do you like California?
Connie doesn't have enough to do.
Wait a minute. After all,
I listened to the program last week, and there should be more music. Connie ought to sing 45 songs. There's nothing but talk on the program. And who wants to hear a lot of talk?
Hold your hat. Here comes another raid.
After all, Mr. Costello, I taught Connie to sing. Why, even I sang in New York, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Chicago.
What about St. Louis?
They beat the Yanks. Ha ha. I really struck you out that time.
You struck me out, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And you're just the old bat that can do it.
Now, here. Wait a minute. Now, just a second, Costello. You can't talk like that to Connie's Aunt Ruby. Maybe she's right. Maybe this program needs more singing.
Exactly. Everyone loves singing. Something like this. All through the night, there's a little brown bird singing. Oh, well, of course. You know I just had my tonsils taken out.
Have them put back in.
Costello, what right have you got to criticize? What do you know about singing?
Now, look, Abbott, if I hadn't come from such a large family, I'd have been a great singer.
What did the large family have to do with it?
I could never get in the bathroom.
Oh, no. Come on, Costello, make up your mind. Are you going to give Niles and Connie more to do or not?
Why should I? If I give them more to do, the first thing you know, even the sound man will want more to do.
And why shouldn't I? What did I have on last week's program? Nothing. Not even a door slam. I understand doors. I know doors inside and out. I talk to doors, and they talk to me.
What do you hear from the knob?
Ah, well may you laugh. Little do you know how important every little sound is to me. Even the sound of a moth chewing on an overcoat. Like this.
What's that funny sound? That's the moth spitting out the buttons.
Don't you think sounds are fascinating? Here is a sample of my day. When work is through, I walk home at night in the rain. I open the door. I go in and shut the door. Then I walk upstairs in the rain.
It's raining in the house?
Yes, we're waiting for a government ceiling.
He must have a better rider than us, huh?
Yeah, I imagine so.
I jump into bed and sleep. It's morning.
What a night!
I've got to catch the train. I kiss my wife before I go to the office. My wife kisses me. I kiss her and she kisses me.
Wait a minute. What about the office? With a wife like that, why should he go to the office?
Lou Costello.
Yes, sir. For me?
Yeah. How's your spelling this week?
I can spell anything.
Okay. Spell crumpets.
Crumpets.
Yeah, crumpets.
Crumpets.
Yeah.
Crumpets. C-R-U-M-P-E-S.
Wait a minute. You left out the T.
Today, I gotta have crumpets without tea.
Well, why?
I lost my sugar ration card.
Now, wait a minute. Look,
ration
Lou.
card.
Yeah. But anyway.
Ration
or ration. Look, around here, you can't forget any T's.
Why not?
Well, because with us, it's important. In fact, with any cigarette smoker, T ought to be one of the most important letters in the alphabet.
Is that right?
Why, sure. T stands for taste and throat. That's anybody's own personal proving ground for cigarettes. The T-zone. Now, of course, most people have tried Camels. But have you tried them lately, since you've been smoking more? Give Camels the T-zone test now. Ask your taste about Camel's flavor. You'll find it wears well, doesn't go flat. Ask your throat about Camel's mildness. It's the best judge you can find. Thousands of smokers who are making their own T-zone test advise Camels suit them through a T. Just remember that you're the one who's doing your smoking. For steady pleasure, try Camels. You'll find they're slow-burning, cooler smoking, richer tasting, milder, better. Because Camels are expertly and matchlessly blended of costlier tobaccos. So take a tip from your T-zone. Your throat and your taste will tell you. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. Get a pack tonight. You'll want to buy a carton tomorrow.
On a February morn, a tiny baby boy was born. Abraham. When he grew up, this tiny babe, folks all called him Honest Abe. Abraham. In 1860, he became 16th president. Now he's in the Hall of Fame, a most respected gent. That is why we celebrate this bright February day. Abraham.
Stevens Orchestra with a Camel Quintet. Doing Abraham from the Holiday Inn. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, quiet.
Abbott!
What's the matter?
Hey, look what I got. Look at all the money.
Wait a minute, Costello. Where did you get that roll of bills?
I went outside for a minute. Just when I reached the corner, a guy ran out of the bank with a bag full of money. And he gave me some.
He gave it to you?
Mm-hmm.
What did he look like?
I couldn't tell. He had such a bad cold, he had a handkerchief tied across his nose.
Well, you dumb cluck, that was a mask. The man was a bank robber.
Oh, I don't think so, Abbott. He was the president. He offered to sell me the bank for a squawk.
Sell you the bank for a squawk?
Yeah, he said, one squawk out of you and I'll give you the business.
Of all the dumbbells,
Why didn't you go into the bank and investigate?
I did go in. And what a way to run a business. I walked in and a couple of clerks were playing hide and seek.
That's ridiculous.
Honest. One guy was hiding in the closet. The other guy was under the counter. There was nobody around to play with him. Then there was another guy.
What other guy?
He was trying to do tricks.
Trying to do tricks?
Yeah, he was laying on the floor trying to escape from a lot of ropes.
And you thought he was playing a game?
Fine time to play games. Huh?
Yeah.
Especially when he had a toothache.
He didn't have a toothache.
No, then why did he have a plaster across his mouth?
The man had a gag in his mouth.
If he did, he never got a chance to tell it.
Oh. Listen, you should have taken the plaster off his mouth.
I did. And right away, the guy started worrying about his rationing card.
Worrying about his rationing card?
Yeah, he started yelling, "They took the sugar. They took the sugar."
Oh, no, Costello. The man was yelling because he was stuck up.
Stuck up?
Sure.
A fine time to get a swelled head.
No.
Somebody might have robbed the place.
He did rob the place. Look, was there anybody with him?
Just a woman.
A woman? Why didn't you mention her before?
She didn't appeal to me.
Oh. Did you pinch her?
No.
Then you should have held her.
If I'd have held her, I'd have pinched her.
You idiot.
A little bit.
Do you realize that by keeping the money and letting the crooks get away, you've made yourself an accomplice? Ken Niles, turn on the radio. Maybe we'll get a police report. Hurry up.
Okay, Bud.
Okay.
Hey, you hear that, Abbott?
What's that?
There's a message.
Well, what does it say?
Attention all citizens. The Fifth National Bank has just been held up by Black Pete and his gang of desperate bandits. When last seen, the gang was headed for their hideout at Deadpan Gulch. Also at large is their accomplice, described as 5 feet tall, 5 feet wide, that is all.
That's me, Mr. 5x5.
Costello, you know the police are after you. Now, you've got to capture that gang to clear yourself. Now, you can't do it alone, so call a posse. That's the thing.
Okay. Here, pushy.
No.
Here, pushy.
No, Lou, please. Deadpan Gulch is in the heart of the cattle country. It's the home of the western bandits and cattle rustlers.
Then I'm just a guy, Abbott. I became a 3-letter man chasing cattle rustlers.
Oh, how could you become a 3-letter man chasing cattle rustlers?
I sat on a branding iron.
But did that cause you to catch the rustlers?
Catch them? I passed them.
But this is going to be a long trip. Now, you'll have to get an outfit. What are you going to wear?
I'll wear a 10-gallon hat, a tan shirt, a leather belt, and a bloodhound.
What pants?
The bloodhound.
No, all right. Never mind the outfit. And another thing you need is a horse. Have you got a horse?
Have I got a horse?
Yes.
I got a horse, and he's my pal.
Well, that's swell.
I eat with my horse.
That's wonderful.
I drink with my horse. I even sleep with my horse.
You sleep with your horse?
I got it. It's his blanket.
Now tell me, can you ride a horse?
Sure I can ride a horse. One time, Abbott, I rode 2 horses at once, standing up. I had my right foot on one horse, my left foot on the other horse. All of a sudden, we came to a fork in the road. Each horse went in a different direction.
That was a laugh.
Yeah, I thought I'd split.
Well, never mind. The first thing you have to do is find the bandit's trail. When you do, you leap into the saddle and away you go. Your face is stern, your grip is sure, your clutch is firm.
How's my transmission?
All right, listen, please keep quiet. Then you ride. You ride out across the prairie. You ride for hours and hours on end.
That sounds logical.
Don't interrupt, please. You ride and you ride until your trousers are worn thin. Finally, there you are.
I knew I'd come through.
Yeah. Well, Costello, what are you going to do? Are you going out after the bandits? Are you going to clear your name?
I'm going to clear my name, Abbott.
Attaboy.
I'll do it.
I knew it was in you.
I'm going to get it out of me right now.
Come on.
I'll get them bandits. But just tell me one thing. If I get killed, what's going to happen to that little fellow that depends on me? The poor little fellow won't get anything to eat anymore. That poor little fellow won't even have a roof over his head. If anything happens, Abbott, it'll kill him. The poor little fellow.
Costello, who is the poor little fellow?
Me?
And here's Connie Haynes with the Campbell Quintet to sing a new tune of the Old West, Cow Cow Boogie.
Out on the plains down near Santa Fe, I met a cowboy riding the range one day, and as he jogged along, I heard him singing a most peculiar cowboy song. It was a ditty he learned in the city. Come a ta ya ya, come a ta yip till I get along, get hip, let us go buggies, get along. Better be on your way, get along. Get hip, little doggies, and he trucks them on down the old fairway, singing his cow buggy in the strangest way. Come-a-ta-ya-ya-eh, come-a-ta-yip-to-the-I-eh, singing his cowboy song. He's just too much. He's got a knocked-out western accent with a Harlem touch. He was raised on local weed. He's what you call a swing half-breed, singing his cow buggy in the strangest way. Come-a-ta-ya-ya-eh, come-a-ta-yip-to-the-I-eh,
Singing his cowboy song. He's just too much. He's got a knocked-out western accent
with a Harlem touch. He was raised on local weed. He's what you call swing half-breed, singing his cow buggy in the strangest way.
Come-a-ta-ya-ya-eh,
come-a-ta-ya-ya-eh,
come-a-ta-yip-to-the-I-eh,
come-a-ta-yip-to-the-I-eh. It's the cow boogie, the cowboy's boogie song.
And now back to the adventures of our heroes, Abbott and Costello, as we find them hot on the trail of the bank bandit Black Pete. Leading a posse of men, they track the villain to the lawless town of Deadpan Gulch. Here they are, riding up the main street of the town.
Like a spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle, 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 jingle.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
One of my spurs got stuck. Costello, what do you think you're doing? Why are you riding underneath your horse? Well, my horse isn't feeling well, Abbott, and the doctor told me to watch his stomach.
Well, here we are, men. We'll probably find Black Pete in the Red Dog Cafe across the street. Stop your horses.
Okay. Whoa! Whoa, Nellie! Whoa! Whoa, boy! Whoa! Attaboy. Take it easy, Nellie. Sit down now. Whoa, Nellie. All right, men. Everybody into the bar for a drink. Now! Just a man! You horses stay outside.
All right, let's go in. And listen, Costello. When we go through this door, have your gun ready. If anybody moves, shoot.
If anybody shoots, I'll move.
Go see the preacher. Oh, speaking of my glory and my fame.
Hey, Abbott, listen to that. What a pair of pipes. Wish I was a plumber.
And tell them my son.
Costello, don't you recognize her?
Tell them my choir.
She's the toast of Deadpan Gulch.
Really? Of the same.
Oh, Marlena Dietrich.
Oh, look at that lovely face. That face has made a fortune.
Yeah, it runs into a nice figure.
Hello, boys.
Hello, boys. How big are men where you come from?
Welcome to the Red Dog Cafe. Did you like my song? What do you think of my range?
Your range is lovely. In fact, I like your whole kitchen.
Oh, you flatter me. You're probably tired after your long trip. How about a drink?
Okay. I'll have a Crosby cocktail.
What's that?
One drink and then bing.
With your personality, I would suggest straight corn.
What a fresh kid.
Just a minute, Marlena. You see, neither one of us is a drinking man. Do you have anything a little milder?
Try a drink of this very mild wine.
Now, that sounds better. I'll try it.
Costello, just a minute. What's the matter?
I don't understand. That wine is made here by the Hoppy Indians.
Hoppy Indians? One of the Indians is still hopping in it.
Costello, that's silly. Come on. Let's go over and watch the boys play roulette.
Yes. Or perhaps you both would rather play a game with me. Poker, faro, blackjack.
I'd rather play post office.
But that's a kid's game.
Not the way I play it.
know, little fat man, I could go for someone like you.
You could?
Yes. Do you know someone?
Sure. What a fresh kid, Abbott!
Now, look, keep quiet, Costello. Don't talk like that to Marlena. She may know where Black Pete is. Try to win her confidence. Turn on the charm, you know.
I'll turn on the charm. Okay, watch me. Marlena, my love, I adore you.
You do?
Yeah. Marlena, will you let me be your slave? Will you let me do something for you that I have never done for any other woman?
What's that?
Will you let me press your slacks?
Costello, will you stop that? You just don't know how to handle these Western girls.
Oh, yes, I do, Abbott. Marlena, one time I was in love with a bow-legged cowgirl. She was too bow-legged to round up the cattle.
What do you mean?
Well, she had a terrible time getting her calves together.
What are you talking about, Costello? You've never even been in love with a girl.
Yes, I was. I can see her now. She always wore cotton stockings.
Cotton stockings? What happened to her?
Nothing. But of all the girls I got tattooed on my chest...
On your chest?
Marlena, I love you the best.
The best?
Better than the rest.
The rest?
In the West.
The West?
On my chest.
On your chest?
There's an echo in the joint.
Well, there's no question about it, Costello. Marlena Dietrich just can't be bothered with a man like you.
Marlena, is that true?
Oh, Lou. If you only had the eyes of Clark Gable.
Yes.
The nose of Tyrone Power.
Yes, yes.
The chin of Gary Cooper.
Yes.
The face.
The face of who?
That's all, if you only had a face.
You know, the kid's getting nervous.
Look here, Costello. We're wasting time. Did you forget why we came to Deadpan Gulch? We've got to find Black Pete's hideout.
Black Pete, he's the most dangerous character in these parts.
Oh, he don't bother me.
But he's very tough. He eats little men like you every morning when he gets up.
That's me, the breakfast of champions.
But, Lou, why don't you give up this mad search? It can only lead to your death.
I think you got something there, kid. Hey, Abbott, I am scared. Ain't you scared?
No, I'm not scared.
Then why are you biting my nails? But no matter what happens, I'm going after Black Pete, Marlena. And if I die, I want you to take this shirt of mine as a keepsake.
But suppose you don't die.
Then wash it and have it back by Monday. And no starch in the collar, either.
Listen, Costello, cut out the foolishness. Now we line up everybody in the room until we find our man.
That's right, Abbott. Everybody line up and empty out your pockets.
Why are you making them empty their pockets?
I lost my yo-yo.
Now, wait a minute, boys. It's not necessary to look any further. I am Black Pete.
You are? What a fresh kid.
What a stale plot.
I think you got something there. Marlena, I still don't believe all this is true.
It is true. I took the money from the bank, but I did not steal it. It was my own money. It was my pin money.
$100,000 pin money?
I have very expensive pins. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. I have all the money right here in my stocking. Look.
Abbott, what a cute bank. What a place to make a deposit. Oh, Marlena, if I give you all my money from the bank, will you put it in your other stocking?
Certainly.
Costello, don't be an idiot. Your money is safer in the bank. Why do you want to put it in her stocking?
Because that's where it's going to draw the most interest.
Before we hear from Abbott and Costello again, do you want to find out how hitting ground feels to a paratrooper? Well, just hop off the top of a truck going 15 miles an hour. But don't try that until you're as husky as an All-American halfback and as nimble as a circus tumbler. Even then, you'd have to learn plenty to qualify for the shoot troops, fighters as tough as any in the world. And whether your job is to dangle in midair from silk cords or whether you're making the shoots, you want to get the most out of your off-duty moments. Take Helen Lynch, for instance. She works at the Pioneer Parachute Company, making some of the chutes used by our paratroopers. Like so many of us, Miss Lynch is smoking more these days, and she sticks to Camels. She said, quote,
"Package after package, Camels never tire my taste or wear out their welcome. They have such a rich, full flavor. And they're so easy on my throat.
Unquote. Camel is first in the service. Actual sales records in post exchanges and canteens show that with men in the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Coast Guard, Camel is the favorite. Why is that? Well, just ask your own throat and taste. Camels have a full, rich flavor, the kind that wears well, doesn't go flat. Camels are milder, too, and cooler smoking because they're slow burning. The big reason behind this Camel goodness is costlier tobaccos, blended in the years-old Camel tradition of quality tobacco blending. If you're smoking more these days, try Camels. Your throat and your taste will tell you. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. Get a pack tonight. Send a carton to that fellow in the service. And now a word about next week's program. You'll hear more music from Leith Stevens and the orchestra, more songs by Connie Haynes and the Camel Quintet, and a gripping, dramatic story of life in the squared circle with our guest star, John Garfield. Now, here is a short preview of next week's program. Thousands of people are assembled in Madison Square Garden. All eyes are focused on the two fighters in the center of the ring, Killer Garfield and Cupid Costello. There is a terrific exchange of blows. The crowd is on its feet. Costello is on his face.
Costello, get up! Get up! Get up off your knees and quit playing with those marbles.
What marbles? I'm picking up my teeth!
Be sure to tune in next Thursday night at the same time for another big comedy show starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, with John Garfield as our guest. Brought to you with the compliments of Camel Cigarettes. Camel presents 3 great radio shows each week. Abbott and Costello on Thursday nights. On Friday night, it's the Camel Caravan with Lanny Ross, Herb Schreiner, Xavier Cugat, and Our Town. And Monday nights, Blondie. Marlena Dietrich, who appeared with us tonight, has just completed a new Universal picture, Pittsburgh, with John Wayne and Randolph Scott. And here's the latest news about the Camel Caravans, those swell traveling shows that entertain our boys in the Army camps. 15 Army and Navy training stations will be visited this week, including Camp Gordon, Georgia, Camp Pendleton, California, and Camp Croft, South Carolina. This is Ken Niles speaking for the makers of Camel Cigarettes, and wishing you all a very pleasant good night.
Ever see a pipe wearing a muzzle? No, sir, and you never will, because that won't keep it from biting. Thing to do is get Prince Albert, the brand that's no-bite treated for real smoking comfort. Another thing, PA's crimp cut, and that means it packs firm and easy and gives you cool, one-match burning. You'll find around 50 mild, rich-tasting pipefuls in every handy pocket package of Prince Albert. Try PA for Pipe Appeal. You'll agree it's the National Joy Smoke. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Seal Test System of Laboratory Protection presents Rudy Vallee.
Your time is my time.
With Joan Davis, the Seal Test sportsman, and our special guest, Ransom Sherman.
There's no time, I'll do the singing here, and no one like you. Goddamn professional jealousy. Hi-ho, everybody. This is Rudy McValley welcoming you to another Seal Test program. Last week, President Roosevelt awarded, for the first time in our history, a Merchant Marine Distinguished Service Medal. It was given to an American seaman for heroism that will be an enduring inspiration to the United States Merchant Marine. Tonight, we give our salute to those brave men who are delivering the arms, ammunition, and food to our armies and our allies all over the world. Gentlemen, to the men of the Merchant Marine.
guns to Singapore, munitions to Ceylon.
We've carried meat for the boys to eat with MacArthur on the town. We've sailed with planes to Liverpool and Leningrad with tanks. We made it through to Ireland, too, with a regiment of Yanks.
We burned our feet with the deck plates heat and froze them with the cold, while dodging subs in rusty tubs with nitro in the hold.
No! And yet we'd never trade our berth for anything we've seen.
Let's throw our gear and raise a cheer. We're the men of the Merchant Marine.
Well, here we are in the Valley Seal Test Village Store, where proprietor Rudy Vallee and clerk Joan Davis are greeting a stranger.
Is this the Valley Seal Test store?
Yes, it is.
Well, I got a crate here for Rudy Vallee. Which one of you is Valley?
Which one? I knew I shouldn't have gotten that permanent wave today.
Wait a minute. I'm not expecting a crate. Who sent it?
Look, Bud, mine not to reason why. Mine but to do or die. Tennyson.
Tennyson, we didn't order anything from him.
Just tell me where you want me to put this crate of beauty cream.
I didn't order any beauty cream.
It's marked for Rudy Vallee.
I don't care. Take it out of here.
But there ain't no charge for it.
Oh, put it down any place, my good man. Say, that crate is pretty heavy. Give him a hand, Joan.
Okay, let's have it.
What's the matter? What's the matter? Is it too heavy for you, sister?
Oh, no, I always walk with my chin scraping the ground like this.
Say, you're pretty strong, sister. And you know, you ain't a bad-looking tomato.
Well, thanks. You ain't a bad-looking head of cabbage yourself.
Look, how's about me giving you a ring tonight, and we'll go for a spin in me truck?
Well, of all the nerve, me go out with a strange man? That's a fine way to talk to a girl whose telephone number is Hollywood 8363.
Well, then I'll see you later, Toots. Farewell, farewell. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Shakespeare.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Here's mud in your eye. Davis.
Joan, you ought to be ashamed of yourself encouraging strange men.
Rudy, if you just say the word, I'd never even look at another man. That is, if you promise not to look at another woman.
Very well. I'll promise not to look at another woman.
Really?
Yes, and you're the woman. Say, I wonder... He got a bigger laugh on that. I wonder who could have sent that beauty cream.
Well, I don't know, Rudy.
Uh-oh. Look who's coming. That pest of a salesman, Ransom Sherman.
So long, Rudy. I can't stand that guy.
Hello.
Goodbye.
Sherman, I thought I told you to stay out of my store. You're nothing but a pesky salesman.
Well, really, Rudy, that's really no way to talk to a relative.
Relative? What are you talking about?
Perhaps you don't know it, son, but my mother and your mother were mothers. Now, about my new line, did you receive the crate of Sherman's beauty cream I sent you?
Oh, so you're the one who sent it. Well, you can take it right back. I wouldn't handle any product with the name Sherman on it.
Up. Careful what you say. Sherman is not a name to be bandied about and trifled with. Take the case of my uncle. In our family, his name was Respected. Uncle Respected, we called him. But outsiders called him something stronger. Something stronger Sherman.
Something stronger, Sherman?
No, thanks. I never touch the stuff myself.
Oh, all right. What about this cream of yours? Is it any good?
Is it any good? Remember the old saying, it's an ill wind that blows. No? Good.
Never mind that. Just what is this beauty cream supposed to do for one?
Exactly. Now, one drop of my cream on a prune and presto, the wrinkles disappear.
You mean a drop of this cream would take the wrinkles off a woman's face?
No, it only seems to work on prunes.
Oh, fine. All I have to do is sell a bottle a day to a prune.
Did you call me, Rudy?
Joan, you remember Ransom?
Sure. Hiya, Rancid.
Rancid?
Well, what are you doing back in town?
You can ask me that. You who have captured my heart. Why, I haven't been able to get you out of my mind. Every place I go, I see your face before me.
You do?
I gotta stop going to those places, too. But you've done something to me. Just look at me. Why, ever since I met you, I haven't been myself.
Well, whoever you are, you're getting a dirty deal.
Dear Miss Davis, I may not be handsome, but I'm considered the intellectual type.
The intellectual type?
Yes.
Oh, no. I think you're more on the, more on...
More on what?
That's all, just moron.
Oh, enough of this woman, enough of. I'm leaving. I'll take my cream and my beauty contest elsewhere.
Beauty contest? What beauty contest?
Sally, the Sherman Beauty Cream Corp. Intends to run a beauty contest right here in your store.
Oh, you should have let me know sooner. I packed my bathing suit away.
Oh, not you, Vallee. This contest is for beautiful women.
Beautiful women, that's right up my alley.
Yes, and that's where you should stay while the contest is on. Now, the lucky winner of this contest will have her picture on every bottle of Sherman Beauty Cream, not to mention the cash prizes.
What are the cash prizes?
I just told you not to mention them. And, Vallee, after thinking it over very carelessly, I'm going to let you be the contest judge.
You mean I'll stand up there and let all those beautiful women pass before me?
Yes.
Dick, stop drooling.
After the contest, I'll throw a big party. It'll be wonderful. Milk, women, and song.
A good idea. Joan, you get the milk. I'll call a woman, and Rudy, you take care of the song.
Immediately. Georgie, Porgy, pudding and pie. He kissed the girl and made them all cry. At least, that's what the storybooks say. But now, somehow, he's different today. Georgie, Porgy's pudding and pies consists of vamps with two wicked eyes that make up his dish. I only wish that he would just yip.
Georgie, Porgy, pudding and pie. He kissed the girls and made them all cry. At least that's what the storybooks say. But now somehow it's different today.
For Georgie Porgy's pudding and pie consists of vamps with two wicked eyes that make up his dish. I only wish that he would just hear you.
Well, back to business, Rudy. There's no applause. Are you sure you know enough about women to judge this contest?
I never
Have you ever
want
been out
applause.
with a woman?
Are you kidding? Why, women fall all over themselves to go out with Rudy Vallee.
Thank you, Joanne.
Yeah, he knows the clumsiest dames.
Joan?
Well, if you two lovebirds will excuse me, I'll go out and hang these contest posters all over town. As the saying goes, so do I. So long.
Well, come on, Joan, back to work.
Oh, but Rudy, I want to know more about this beauty contest thing.
Right now, you're working for me, so concentrate on your job thing. That's the only way you'll ever get any place.
Thanks.
Why, how did I become a success?
Oh, so you're beginning to wonder, too?
Yeah.
Hello, Rudy. Hiya, Joan.
Well, hello, John.
Just stopped in to see how the Seal Test ice cream raspberry tarts were selling.
Glad you did, Henry. We'll need another dozen cartons. They're selling even faster than they did last year.
Well, I think I can explain that, Rudy. You see, the government campaign for better nutrition has made housewives realize that every dish they serve must contribute its full share of nourishment. And ice cream red raspberry tarts, the Seal Test food treat for October, contribute their share of food value.
I guess that's right. The ice cream in them certainly contains the same vitamins, minerals, and protein that are found in pure cream and milk, ain't it?
Right. And there's that good vitamin A in those whipped cream decorations.
But hey, that leaves me with the raspberries.
Well, those sun-ripened red raspberries contribute their share, too, Joan. Yes, here's a treat that's right in step with the times. Delicious, inexpensive, easy to serve for busy housewives, and above all, highly nutritious. Ask for Seal Test Ice Cream Red Raspberry Tarts wherever Seal Test ice cream is sold. There are 4 tarts in each carton, all ready to lift out and serve. Or, when eating out, order individual ice cream red raspberry tarts at restaurants and fountains. Remember, ice cream is America's favorite dairy food. A single serving of ice cream can help make the difference between an adequate and an inadequate diet. Well, the whole town is talking about Ransom Sherman's Great Beauty Contest to be held in Valley's... Well, the whole town is talking about Ransom Sherman's Great Beauty Contest to be held in Valley's Seal Test Village store. Everyone is talking about it. That is, everyone but Joan's bashful Romeo, Homer Clinker. We find him entering the store.
Hello, Homer.
Hello, vagabond lover. Oh, my head.
What's wrong, Homer? Don't you feel well?
Nope, I still got that cold.
The rainy sneezing is here. Tell me, Homer, did you do what I told you? Did you drink a glass of milk after a hot bath?
Gosh, no. I had enough trouble drinking the bath.
Does Joan know you're sick?
Oh, sure, and she's been swell. Last night she held my hand and took my pulse.
Well, Joan's quite a little nurse.
Yeah, my pop thinks she's a little nurse, too.
Homer, you know you might lose Joan. She's entered a beauty contest, and if she wins, she'll probably go to a big city, like New York.
New York? Oh, gee, I was there once. Oh, that's a wild place.
Yeah, ain't it? Did you visit any nightclubs while you were there?
Oh, sure. I went to one of those places, and the music started to play, and then the girls came out with their dresses, that is, without their... Well, one of them had...
My, you are a cut-up. What else did you see in New York?
Well, I visited Radio City, and I was a guest on Information, Please. I won $10, too.
Oh, you answered one of the questions?
Nope.
Then how did you win it?
Mr. Kiernan couldn't figure out what I was. Well, I gotta go now. My prize hen is... I have to put my prize hen to bed. You know, she's pretty tired.
Tired?
Yeah, this morning she laid an egg that weighed 8 ounces.
Your hen laid an egg that weighed 8 ounces? That's remarkable.
Well, what's remarkable about it? What else could she do with it? Well, good night.
Well, Rudy, I got the posters hung all over town. Now, let's discuss a few details of my beauty contest.
Frankly, Sherman, I believe a beauty contest in this town just won't be a contest. Wait till you see my girlfriend, Shirley Ann. She's beautiful, charming, intelligent.
Oh, Shirley Ann. What's that dame got that I couldn't have lifted? To a point, too. And to prove it, I'm going right down to the beauty parlor and make myself beautiful.
Gad, woman, you'd better hurry. You've only got until tomorrow night.
Oh, Joan. Before you go, you'd better wait on the... Joan. Nothing's that funny. You'd better wait on the customer who just came in. Sherman, will you step into my office?
Why, sure.
Well, if it isn't Two-Ton Greenbacker. Hi, Mrs. Greenbacker. What's new?
Nothing. Just housework and shopping and housework. My dear, I'm in an awful rut.
Really? Shall I call a tow car? Well, say, if you're looking for excitement, why don't you enter Ransom Sherman's beauty contest?
I intend to, my dear. I remember once when I was younger, I was in a beauty contest. I represented all the states in the Middle West.
You did? Well, that must have been before you got so lumpy around South Dakota. Well, what's on your mind today, Mrs. Greenbacker?
There's been one thing on my mind since the day I met my hero, Ransom Sherman. Oh, I must confess, since I first saw that man, I can't eat, I can't sleep.
Got no money, eh? Oh, yeah, he spoils my appetite, too.
Oh, Miss Davis, don't look now. But is that he coming?
I don't know, but if that's he coming, here's me going. I'll see you later.
Hello, and how are you this lovely?
Oh, Mr. Sherman.
I hope I'm not being too bold if I say I have never seen you looking prettier.
You haven't?
No, and it's high time you did something about it.
Oh, Mr. Sherman, you're such a scamp.
So am I.
You know, it would mean a lot to me if I won your beauty contest.
Yes?
It would mean a lot to you, too.
Well, really, I hadn't thought of entering myself.
Well, what I mean is, you see, I'm wealthy.
Oh.
I have loads of wheat stock, railroad stock, copper stock.
But that's what I like about you, Mrs. Greenbacker. You're such a stocky little thing.
Oh, Mr. Sherman, I'm sure a clever man like you must have considerable wealth, too.
Well, taking cash on hand, real estate holdings, oil wells, I'd say I'm worth, easy.
Oh, Ransom, you're too.
We better get off the tracks. I think I hear the streamliner coming. Mrs. Greenbacker, you capture my heart. I feel poetic.
Oh, do you write poetry, too?
A fine question and well put. Here's a little poem I dashed off on the back of an old unlicked postage stamp. I call this tired ode to a tired ode.
Oh.
Sit down, won't you?
Yes,
No,
thank
stand
you.
up.
I will. Oh.
Give a man a horse he can sit by the side of the road by, a jug of wine, a loaf of bread, and a house by the side of a horse he can ride. By the side of a house, by a horse and a loaf of bread in the backyard. A jug of horse by a house he can wine ride, and a loaf of road and the bread in the bread yard. But give me a horse I can ride, and a house and a jug bread of house, and I'll make it the hard way. A jug of wine, a backyard, by the side of a loaf of bread I can jug ride, and let me be a friend to. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Sherman, I feel a poem coming on, too.
Stifle it.
No. Oh, no. Roses are red, violets are blue, sugar is sweet, and you... Woo-woo! Doodaloo!
What a dame. Still, she's wealthy. Oh, Rudy! I gotta dash away now, but I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
Gotta get down to the bank before it closes. It's about Mrs. Greenbacker.
Oh, do you want to cash her check?
No, I want to check her cash. Toodaloo, then.
Hey, Rudy, now that we're alone, I'd like to...
But we're not alone. Here comes my tutti frutti, Shirley Ann.
Hello, Rudy.
Hello, Shirley.
Oh, Rudy, I'm so excited about the beauty contest, and I'm so glad you're going to be the judge. You're the perfect choice for it. So brilliant, so intelligent.
Yeah.
Well, I'm all ready to win the beauty contest, Rudy.
Oh, you're not going to win that contest, and I know the reason why.
Oh, tell me why, Miss Davis. Tell me. I'm all ears.
That's the reason you're not going to win it.
Oh, how can you say that? Why, when I was 16, I was elected queen of the town, the prettiest girl in Rocky Point.
I'll bet Rocky Point's a big town, too.
I'll bet it's a lighthouse.
And when they sent me to Atlantic City, I would have been named Miss America if those judges hadn't been prejudiced. They disqualified me on 2 technicalities.
2 technicalities? What were they?
Her face and her figure.
Joan.
Oh, I don't mind her, Rudy. Nothing else matters when you're here. Oh, Rudy Woody.
Yes, Shirley Whirly.
Whose little dreamboat are you?
Your little dreamboat. And whose little dreamboat are you?
Your little dreamboat?
Hand me a torpedo. I'm going to scuttle these 2.
Joan, after I take Shirley Ann home, I'm coming back to have a little talk with you.
Oh, Rudy, I almost forgot. Mother asked me to bring home some ice cream raspberry tarts.
Yes, I'll bring some tarts home. Are you sure it was your mother? It was your mother who asked you to mention those luscious, delicious Seal Test ice cream raspberry tarts that Seal Test dealers are featuring all during October?
Why, yes.
Well, come along. We'll get them over at the Fountain. Shirley Whirly.
Coming, Rudy Woody.
Oh, nutsy wutsy. I'll never get any place with Rudy. I'll never get any man.
Hello, Joan.
No, Ransom, I don't know what to do. I've looked all over, and I just can't find a good man.
You look down in the dumps.
It's no use. I looked there, too. Oh, I don't know why nobody loves me. I'm sweet and kind.
I know. Of course, you're sweet and kind, and please don't cry, Joan.
Well, I could make some man a good wife.
I know, of course, Joan. You'd be a very fine wife to some
and
man.
I love children.
I know.
And I know we'd be happy forever and ever.
Ah, shut up.
Oh, gee, I wonder what's going to happen. I wonder if I'll win this contest. I know what I'll do. I'll ask a fortune teller to tell me. To tell me, little gypsy, what the future holds for me. Okay, fellas, now I'm in the mood. You know, folks, I went to a fortune teller once. She looked at my palm and said, "Why don't you wash your hands?" No. She took one look at a crystal ball and said, "I can see our past has been filled with men, love, and romance." And she took one look at my face and took it all back. Then I went to another fortune teller. She looked into the ball and said my future looked very black. Of course it did. The dope was looking into a bowling ball. Then I went to a mind reader. He predicted I'd marry a very handsome man. But the man I marry doesn't have to be handsome, or intelligent, or athletic, or strong, or active, or healthy. But it would be nice if he could breathe a little. You know, once I had my tea leaves read. The lady looked into the tea leaves, and she said she saw Robert Taylor. Gee, I went home that night and drank 40 cups of tea. And you know who I saw? Dr. Kildare. You know, I used to spell my first name Joane, but a numerologist told me I'd never be a success as long as I kept the E. So I jerked that E right out. Jerky Davis, they used to call me. That's how the moo.
A very touching story, Miss Davis, but I must get on with my plans for the beauty contest. I simply must check on every detail, no matter how minute.
And we'll use that minute for a brief pause for seal test identification. Here we go to all of those communities where seal test dairy products are sold. Ready? Back at Rudy Vallee's Seal Test Village store, Ransom Sherman's beauty contest is about to begin. In the meantime, Judge Rudy is entertaining the crowd with a beautiful song.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Just like the one I used to know. Where the treetops glisten. And children, listen, it's better from here. In the snow. God damn these producers. I'm dreaming of a white, not a black, not a brown Christmas. With every Christmas card, I wish I knew how to write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Rosh Hashanahs be white. Cheers and applause.
All right, break it up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the contest to select the lucky lady whose face will appear on the label of each and every jar of Sherman's beauty cream. And do you know what first prize will mean to the winner of this contest?
What?
Precisely. Now, here's another fact.
Sherman, please, let's get going.
Right you are. All contestants will be judged on beauty alone. There will be no attention paid to social standing, snobbery, or highfalutin.
Hi, Sherman.
How's Miss Falutin?
Fine, thanks.
Good.
Sherman, will you please get on with the contest and stop these hijinks?
Hi, Rudy.
How's Mrs. Jenks? Please, Sherman, get going.
Very well. The contest is about to commence. Now, who is our first contestant?
I am Mr. Sherman.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Greenbacker. Ladies and gentlemen, our first contestant. In this corner, wearing purple trunks and weighing in at 225, including the bones this afternoon.
Sherman, I'll take over. Ladies and gentlemen, our next contestant, Miss Shirley Ann Mitchell.
Hello, Rudy Woody.
Hello, Shirley Whirling.
All right, Rudy.
Oh, yes, the measurement.
Hey, give me that tape measure. I'll measure this thing. My, what a large waist. 82 inches.
Joan, you're measuring the pot-bellied stove.
All right, now enough of this fiddle-faddle. Let's have the measurements. Ankle?
18 inches.
Waist?
18.
Shoulders?
18.
Neck?
18.
Joan, what are you saying? Neck 18. That's impossible.
Are you kidding? I've seen you do it.
Well, never mind. Never mind. Don't measure any further. As judge of this contest, I hereby award first prize to Miss Shirley Ann Mitchell.
Oh, hey, now, wait a minute. I haven't been judged yet. This thing's a fake.
Up. Just a moment. We have a little surprise for you, Miss Davis. Go on, tell her, Rudy.
Well, Mr. Ransom Sherman of Sherman Beauty Corp., Inc., has planned all along that there would be 2 winners in this contest. Right. And, Joanne, you are one of them.
Isn't that ducky?
Oh, hey, that's all right. And you mean Sherman's going to put both Shirley's picture and my picture on his jars of beauty cream?
Precisely. Under your picture, it's going to say before, and under Shirley's, after.
Yeah. A soldier returning from the front line in the Philippines was asked if the men prayed while under fire. He replied, "Yes, we prayed. There are no atheists in the foxholes of Bataan." This week is National Bible Week in America. It is sponsored by men of all creeds who believe that America could never have come into being without a national consciousness of God. Men who believe that liberty dies when the Spirit of God departs. In this hour of desperate war, we are asked to reaffirm our faith in the God of our fathers. We are urged to read the Bible and to attend the church of our choice in order to strengthen the hearts of those who labor and wait at home, and to bring comfort and courage to those who are defending this land with their lives on distant battlefronts.
Our fathers, God, to thee, author of liberty, to thee we sing. Long may our land be bright with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great
Gil Lamb, Shirley Ann Mitchell, and I shall have the pleasure of welcoming an old comedy favorite of ours, a man whose tremendous success on the Broadway stage has kept him away from the Hollywood scene much too long, Arthur Treacher. Until then, this is Rudy Vallee reminding you that ice cream is America's favorite dairy food, and saying au revoir, hasta la vista, hasta luego, hasta go someplace, semper paratus, and holy gee.
Gil Lamb, who is Homer Clinker, appeared through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures. Seal Test Incorporated and its member companies are subsidiaries of the National Dairy Products Corporation. This is John Lang speaking to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. Come again, folks.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's Superman! Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellas and girls, every day the city, state, and national offices of civilian defense organizations are swamped with letters from young people like yourselves. And most of these letters ask, what can I do? What part can I take in the national war effort? The writers of these letters are all too young to join the United States Armed Forces, too young to join any of the numerous home defense groups. And yet they ask, isn't there something we can do? Now, some of you listening now are no doubt among those who have written these letters. And I'll bet many of you who have not written have thought the same thing. Well, the answer is a very simple one. You can do your part in civilian defense. You can help win this war by buying war-saving stamps regularly. How does that help, you ask? How can my dime, or 20, or 40, or 50 cents help to win this war? That's easy, too. For instance, your dime, just 10 cents, will buy 5 45 caliber bullets that can be used by our soldiers, sailors, or Marines to knock 5 Japs or 5 Nazis out of commission. And believe me, it's going to take a lot of those bullets to knock them all out and win the war. Another thing, 50 cents, which represents 5 10 or 2 25-cent war-saving stamps, will buy enough fuel oil to bring one of our destroyers a full mile closer to the Jap fleet in the Solomon Islands. And you know what happens when our Navy gets close enough to turn on the heat. And here's one more thing for you to think over. If every fellow and girl in the United States bought at least 5 10-cent war-saving stamps every day, the amount of money they would lend to the government would buy enough fighter planes and bombers to blast Hitler's Luftwaffe right out of the air. So remember that each and every dime is important. That buying war-saving stamps is a very important way to help win this war. So why not pledge today to buy war-saving stamps regularly? And keep in mind this slogan. Every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp. And now, the adventures of Superman. Where the two leaders of the dread Black Narcissus cult behind bars, Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and young Jimmy Olsen, have left the city of Mecca. In a private plane operated by an Arabian pilot, they are on their way to the Belgian Congo, there to search for Prince Seba, long-lost son and heir to the title and riches of the late-departed Sheikh Mohammed. Before boarding the plane at Mecca, a man at the hotel gave Jimmy a cardboard box with instructions to open it on the plane and present the contents to Lois. Innocently, Jimmy obeyed the instructions. The box contained a black narcissus flower with poison thorns on the stem. And as Jimmy offered it to Lois, one of the sharp thorns pierced the skin of his index finger. Instantly, Kent snatched the flower from Jimmy's hand, but too late. Already a tiny pink spot marked the place where the deadly poison thorn had done its work. Listen.
What's the big idea, Mr. Kent? That's a pretty flower.
Jimmy, it's poison.
Poison? Yes, the thorns are poison. One of them stuck you, didn't it? Oh.
Yeah, but it doesn't hurt.
That finger. That pink spot, isn't it?
I guess so. Clark, what are we going to do? Hadn't we better turn back?
Turn back? What for?
There's nothing you can shrug off, Jimmy. You heard us mention the Black Narcissus cult. Oh, why did you take that flower out of the box?
Oh, gosh, I didn't know. I thought the man who gave it to me was the hotel manager, and he was sending a little gift to Miss Lane.
Clark, we're wasting precious moments. Tell the pilot to turn back. We've got to get Jimmy to a doctor.
How does the finger feel, Jim?
It feels all right. Are you sure those thorns are poison?
Positive. It's a method the cult uses to get rid of people. They sent one of those flowers to me last night.
Clark, if you won't tell the pilot to turn back, I will.
Don't lose your head, Lois. We're almost 200 miles out of Mecca. There isn't anything a doctor can do at this moment that we can't do.
We don't know what kind of poison it is, or whether there is an antidote or a serum to combat it.
Neither will the doctor. Sit down here, Jim. Sit down. That's it. Now roll your sleeve up.
What are you going to do, Mr. Kent?
We're going to handle this as though it were a snake bite. Matter of fact, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if the poison they used came from a pit viper.
What's a pit viper?
A venomous snake found in Africa and Arabia.
What's the pen knife for, Mr. Kent?
Lois should be able to tell you that. She took a Red Cross first aid course back in Metropolis.
Oh, Clark, you're not going to...
Yes, I am. All right, now here. Tie this piece of string above the first knuckle on his index finger. Now, just tight enough to stop the flow of blood.
That's called a tourniquet, isn't it?
Uh-huh. That's it. Now, if I can find some matches... Here, I've got some.
Clark, are you sure you're doing the right thing?
Positive. We'll just heat this knife blade as best we can under the circumstances. There we are. So, you don't mind a little pain, do you, Jimmy?
Me?
Of course not. Boy. That string all tight, Lois?
Yes.
Good. Now go forward and ask the pilot whether he has a first aid kit on board. And if he has, get it. Oh, wait. Right. Before you go, light another match and give it to me, will you?
You are.
All right. Now get the first aid kit.
My finger's beginning to throb, Mr. Kent.
I know.
It aches a little. Just the tip of it.
That's because the blood supply is cut off.
All right, we'll have that string off in a few minutes.
This is the first aid kit. It's never been used.
Good. Open it, will you? What's in it, boss?
Iodine, alcohol, the bandage, adhesive tape, and cotton.
All right, that's plenty. Light one more match, will you? They're on Jimmy's lap.
Here you are. Why are you hitting the knife blade, Mr. Kent?
To sterilize it, Jim. You're going to make an incision or a cut in your finger, Jim, in order to draw the poison blood out. I may hurt a little, but you just grit your teeth.
Don't worry about me. I can take it.
Here, let me hold your other hand, Jimmy.
I'll be all right, Miss Lane. I will.
Maybe you better not watch this, Lois.
Well, if you can stand it, I can, Mr. Kent.
All right, we're ready. Now, I'll make a cross cut right over the spot where the thorn pierced your finger, Jim. And as soon as the cuts are made, put your finger in your mouth and suck the poison blood out. You got a handkerchief?
Yes, sir.
Don't move, Jimmy. I'll get it. Here you are.
Now, hold the handkerchief in your left hand. That's it. You all set?
Go ahead.
Okay. One cut. Hurt a little, huh?
Yeah, a little.
I'm sorry, Jim, but I've got to make just one more. There. All right. In your mouth with it now. That's it. Suck hard. Open the alcohol, Lois. And the iodine, too. Let's have them both ready. That's it. Keep drawing that poison blood out, Jim. Get rid of it in your handkerchief. That's the boy.
Anything else, Clark?
Yes, cut off a piece of bandage. Not too long. Where's that adhesive tape?
Here it is.
All right, let's have a small strip. Are you coming, Jim? Keep drawing that poison off.
Clark, I hope you're doing the right thing.
It's the same thing any doctor would do. That's why you were taught these things in first aid, to take care of emergencies like this. Is there a blanket around?
Yes, I think there is. Up on this rack.
Oh, good. We'll wrap him up and keep him good and warm once we get the bandage on. All right, let's have a look at that finger, Jim.
Look all right, Clark?
I guess he's drawn off about all the poison he can. How does it feel?
It hurts a little. Kind of throbs like.
The alcohol, Lois, and a little cotton. That's fine. Now we'll just clean it out. That doesn't hurt, does it, Jimmy?
Oh, it just stings.
You want the iodine, Clark?
Yes, please. And a clean piece of cotton. Thank you. This may burn, Jim, but it'll be all over in a second.
There we are. Boy, oh boy. Did you say it may burn? I feel like I stuck my hand in a furnace.
Well, we can take the tourniquet off now. Hold still, Jimmy. There, that's better.
Gosh, tip of my finger turned blue.
That's because the tight string cut the blood supply off. Now, let's bandage it up and you'll be all set. Spread your fingers out, will you, Jim? That's the boy. That's over here. Now, the adhesive, Lois. Thank you. So, there we are, all done. Now, young fellow, we'll cover you with this blanket and you try to get some sleep. Chances are you'll be tip-top by the time you awaken.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Kent, for everything.
Oh, you're quite welcome, Jim. Lois and I'll move up forward so our talking won't disturb you. Good night.
Good night, Jimmy.
Good night, Miss Lane. Good night, Mr. Kent.
Night. I guess this seat's as good as any. You know, it's funny. When I hired this plane, I told the man we had no use for a 10-passenger transport, but as it turned out, the extra space comes in handy. Look, maybe you'd like to get some sleep, Lois.
No, I'm not tired. I was just thinking.
About what?
You?
Thinking about me? How come?
Oh, I was just thinking what a strange mixture of persons you are. Sometimes you're shy and timid, and other times a brick wall couldn't stop you.
A brick wall? What do you mean?
I mean that once you make up your mind that something has to be done, you do it. And yet I've seen you behave like, well, to put it bluntly, like a coward. Well, I always have a strange feeling that you're not a coward, though, really. It's almost as though you were leading a double life. What's the matter?
Nothing caught my throat.
Why don't you get some water?
Oh, I'll be all right.
Oh,
wait, Lois, look out the window. We're crossing the Red Sea.
Oh?
Isn't it beautiful in the moonlight?
Is that the Red Sea?
Uh-huh.
How high are we flying?
Oh, I should say about 10,000 feet. Once we cross the Red Sea, we'll be in Egypt. By morning, we'll have reached the Upper Nile.
What's our first stop?
Khartoum in Egypt.
I think the minute we land, we should take Jimmy to a doctor if there is one.
Oh, there are plenty of them. I happen to know there's a good hospital at Khartoum.
Oh, that's good.
There, you are tired. Why don't you try and sleep?
Maybe I will.
I'll sit across the aisle and catch 40 winks myself. There we are. Good night.
Good night.
With its twin motors purring in an even, steady rhythm, the gray transport plane slips through the cloudless night sky like some giant bird, leaving the rolling deserts of Arabia behind it and pointing its blunt nose toward Egypt. Hour after hour, it flies the uncharted highway of the heavens until finally dawn breaks over the green valley of the Nile. Looking out the window, Clark Kent follows the course of the muddy, winding stream, when suddenly he sits bolt upright as he hears Jimmy's voice over the drone of the motors.
Mr. Kent, Mr. Kent.
Coming, Jimmy. What is it, Jimmy boy?
I don't feel so good, Mr. Kent.
No?
I feel warm and dizzy.
Yeah, let me feel your forehead.
My right arm hurts, too. Kind of a drawing pain.
Have you been sleeping?
For the last few hours. I didn't want to call you because I figured you were asleep.
Oh, that's silly. You should have called me.
Why do I feel so warm, Mr. Kent? And why does my arm hurt?
Well, those cuts on your finger might be bothering you. I'll call Lois. Lois? Lois?
Yes?
Lois, come here a minute, will you? Oh, Jim, don't take that blanket off.
What is it, Doc?
Why, Jimmy seems to be a little feverish.
Good heavens.
Go up front and ask the pilot how soon we land at Khartoum, will you? We're over the Nile now.
Is it the poison, you think, Clark?
I don't know. Hurry, will you?
Oh, I will. Gosh, I feel awful causing you and Miss Lane all this trouble.
Oh, no.
Maybe you should have sent me back home.
Nonsense. You'd do the same for me, wouldn't you?
I guess so. If only I didn't feel so dizzy.
I'll be back at Khartoum in 20 minutes. Is he bad?
No, he'll be all right, won't you, Jim?
Sure, let me see.
Oh, Clark, he's burning up.
Nonsense. Just a little fever.
Touch his forehead.
I did.
Why didn't I make you turn back to Mecca? Why?
Lois, please, if anything has to be done, he's better off in Khartoum.
Look at all the time we've wasted. Hours and hours.
I'll be all right, Miss Lane.
Sure you will.
Oh, Jimmy.
Don't worry. Please.
Jimmy, Clark, he's fainted. What are we going to do now?
Yes, what is going to happen to poor Jimmy? Has the poison on the black narcissus thorn gotten in its deadly work? Is this one time when even the unearthly powers of Superman are useless? Don't miss Monday's thrilling episode, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Well, there goes Superman until Monday. Meantime, don't let the weekend go by without buying your share of war-saving stamps. Remember what I told you at the beginning of the program, you fellows and girls who are too young to join the armed forces or any of the national defense organizations. You can do your part. You can help win this war by buying war-saving stamps regularly. So let's make a pledge right now to buy war-saving stamps regularly. Talk it over tonight with Mother and Dad. Ask them to give you a dime every day or even every other day for a war-saving stamp. And then buy some extra stamps out of your regular weekly allowance. And see if you can get your friends to buy stamps regularly too. Or why not organize a war-saving stamp club right in your neighborhood? And make this your club slogan. Every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up to the sky! The bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
Oh, Silver! Away!
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness, have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Hi!
Deep in a valley where not long before Indians wearing war paint had carried death and destruction to the settlers, stood a tall figure who wore a white hat and a black mask. Beside him knelt a grave-faced Indian dressed in buckskin. Their eyes were fastened on footprints in the ground.
How many men would you say passed here, Tonto?
Maybe 15. 20 men. Make tracks.
This water hole's a long way from the Apache village. What do you suppose they were doing here?
You think them fellers Injuns?
These footprints were made by moccasins, Kimosabe.
Well, that's right.
Moccasins mean Indians. The nearest village is more than 25 miles from here. That means the Apaches have broken their pact with the ranchers. After the government troops put down the last uprising, the Apaches were given certain land for their own. Land where the ranchers couldn't go.
Land plenty good for cattle? Plenty water?
Yes, Tonto. Good fertile soil in which they could live in security and comfort. The Apaches agreed to remain on their land if the ranchers didn't trouble them.
You think Injuns break agreement, huh?
I hope not. If they have, it may mean another border war.
Injuns not break pack.
No?
Injuns not leave land. Them not prints of Injuns.
Tonto, you mean that men wearing Indian clothes made those footprints?
When white man walk, him turn toe out. Injun turn toe in.
Yes, the toes of these prints are pointing out.
That right?
Why would a band of men masquerade as Indians?
Me not know.
Aye, Kimosabe. But unless they're stopped, they'll stir up trouble between the ranchers and the Apaches.
And what we do?
Well, White Cloud, the Apache's chief, is a friend of yours. Perhaps he can give us a clue to this masquerade. At any rate, he must be warned. Here, Silver.
Here, Scout.
Easy, big fella. We'd better hurry, Tonto. Trouble may be on the way.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
As the masked man and his Indian friend rode toward the Apache village, several ranchers gathered before the sheriff's office in Valley City.
I tell you, boys, it was Indians.
Yes, Blackie's right, boys. He showed me where they left their moccasin prints at the water hole.
How many were there?
Whole band of them.
What I can't figure is what they're doing so close to town.
Yeah, thought they agreed to stay in their own land.
Ain't nobody been over there disturbing the Redskins, has there, Blackie?
I don't know.
We might have known them Injuns wouldn't stick to the agreement we signed.
They looked like they meant trouble, boys. They were acting careful not to let anyone see them.
Say, what do you suppose stirred them Redskins up?
Them Injuns don't need stirring up. It's in their blood. Reckon they left their own land just to see what mischief they could get into, the doggone coyotes.
Yeah, I reckon you're right, Blackie.
Maze Martin rode over to the Apache village to see if he could spot the trouble.
That ain't so smart, Blackie. If Mace went looking for trouble, he's liable to get it.
Now, hold on, boys. He's doing it in your interests. Them Redskins are on the warpath.
Mace is riding this way now.
Pull up there. Yeah. What'd you find out, Mace?
Yeah. Tell us about them blasted Redskins, Mace. They going on the warpath?
You didn't go into the Indian village, did you, Mace?
You think I want my scalp lifted? I just rode up on the hill and looked around. If there's going to be trouble with them, I don't want to start it.
What's itching them critters, Mace?
Well, from what I could see, they're hungry.
Hungry?
Yeah.
They've got plenty of beef on their land.
You mean they had?
Well, what do you mean by that, Mace?
Well, most of the Indians' cattle had disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yeah. Well, I couldn't see hide nor hair of them anywhere. Just a few scrawny steers resting around the water hole.
That's bad.
Yeah. No telling what them Redskins will do now. Maybe they think we stole them.
That means they'll be raiding our cattle.
Maybe that's what that band of Apaches you saw was planning on, Blackie.
Yeah, they're hungry enough to do anything to get food.
Now, we'd better get back to our ranches and keep our eyes peeled for them Injuns, boys. Looks like they're going to make trouble.
Guess you're right, Seth. Let's go, boys.
Mace,
Huh? Yeah?
We put it over.
Not quite, Blackie.
What do you mean?
Jeff Carson wasn't in that crowd, and he's got the biggest herd of longhorns in the state.
Yeah, that's right.
We'll ride out to his ranch now and make sure he hears about the likelihood of the Injuns rustling cattle just the same as the others.
And, incidentally, learning where the old codger stations his guards on the herd. Huh, mate?
Right, Blackie.
It's a slick scheme, Mace. Dressing like Injuns so the Apaches will take the rap for cattle rustling while we take the cash. Come on, get up there.
Racing through the valley, the Lone Ranger riding his powerful white stallion, and Tonto astride his sturdy paint climbed the rocky mountain which separated the rancher's land from the Apaches. At last they looked down on the rich green plain and the Indians' village.
Well, this is Indian territory now, Tonto. As soon as the horses got their second wind, we ride to the village.
Kemosabe, you look there.
Yes, that's strange. The cattle around the water hole are all lying on their sides.
And they be sick, huh?
I'm afraid it's even worse, Tonto. Those steers are lying perfectly still. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
My suspicion was right, Tonto. These steers are dead. I'm going to test the water. Just as I thought. This water hole has been poisoned.
Oh, that's plenty bad.
Must have killed many more steers besides these, Tonto. Look how thin the herd is. This water has been pure for years. There's no way it could be poisoned. Unless...
What you think?
Unless men poisoned it.
That's right.
Listen.
Apaches beat war drums.
What does that rhythm mean, Tonto?
Mean White Cloud hold war council.
War council? Then White Cloud must suspect the ranchers of poisoning the water.
And that mean war.
Yes, Tonto. The Apaches break the agreement by leaving their land. There certainly will be trouble.
What we do?
We'll go to that war council, Kemosabe. We've got to prevent White Cloud from attacking the ranchers.
Meanwhile, Mace and Blackie talked with Jeff Carson at the latter's Bar Q ranch, while their eyes flickered greedily over his huge herd.
So the Indians broke the treaty, huh?
They didn't know, Mr. Carson. We saw a band of redskins just out of town. They was riding in the direction of your ranch.
Their ranch?
Well, we figured they planned to rustle some of your herd, Mr. Carson, to make up for the cattle they lost.
What makes you think they'll come here?
Your ranch is the biggest in the state.
Thieving coyotes. If they come near the Bar Q, I'll give them a present they won't forget.
What can you do?
You ain't got so many guards as you might have, Mr. Carson.
Maybe I ain't got many, Blackie, but I got them well placed. Now that I know they're coming, I'll be ready with a welcoming party.
They'll probably come in from the north, Mr. Carson.
That's what I figured. If they come at all, they'll come in there.
You mean you'll put all your men on that side?
Well, most of them, Blackie.
Well, what'll you do about the rest of the range?
Well, I figure Hank and Drury can hold down the east side. Be a cinch for Trigger to guard the side along Manfrey's line.
That still leaves one side unguarded, Mr. Carson.
Yeah, the side facing town.
What are you planning to do about that?
Well, who's going to be fool enough to place himself between my ranch buildings and the sheriff's men in town?
I guess you're right, Mr. Carson.
But as long as you're concerned about it, Blackie, just to be on the safe side, I'll put old Mac along there.
Old Mac?
Well, he can still ride a horse and fire a gun enough to scare off some redskins.
Yeah, that's so, Mr. Carson.
What's more, I got things arranged so I'll not only keep my cattle, but capture any rustler that puts foot on my ranch. Especially Indians.
Yeah?
You see, my men have orders not to show themselves till the rustlers get on my land. Then the boys can surround the critters and rope them easy.
Well, that ought to work.
It's a cinch, too.
I guess you'll teach them Indians a lesson, Mr. Carson.
I guess I will at that, Blackie. Well, I got to tell the boys. Thanks for the news.
No, don't mention it, Mr. Carson. Get up there.
Get up there. Come on, get up. We found out what we wanted to know, Mace.
We'll get the gang and then rustle them steers tonight.
And the only moss on that'll be posted to stop us be old Mac.
Say, sure would like to see Carson's face when he finds out Redskin sneaked a whole herd of cattle right out from under his nose. Get in there.
In the center of a circle of squatting, hostile Indians stood the Lone Ranger and Tonto near the council fire. Finally, White Cloud, the Apache's wise old chief, spoke.
What white stranger want here?
White Cloud, I've come to ask you and your braves to keep peace with the ranchers.
Ranchers break agreement, not want peace.
Them want war.
Oh, wait. The ranchers did not poison the water hole.
White stranger, friend of ranchers. Speak with forked tongue.
Yes, I am the friend of the ranchers, but I'm equally the friend of the Apaches.
Many cattle die by poison water. Some braves die, too.
You mean Indians have been poisoned from drinking the same water?
Now we make war on ranchers.
No, wait. White Cloud, I speak the truth when I say the ranchers did not poison the water. I have reason to believe it was done by men masquerading as Indians.
White stranger, wear black false face. Speak with false tongue.
No. The Apaches have a saying, White Cloud, that a false tongue betrays a false heart. A heart which quakes with fear.
Is that right?
If I prove to you that my heart is brave, will you believe that my tongue speaks true?
What do you mean?
40 feet from me is a post. In front of it, Tonto will toss a feather. I will pin the floating feather to the post by hurling this knife.
White stranger, he big fool.
Or maybe he big brave.
Do you agree, White Cloud?
What if white stranger fails?
If I fail, I'm your prisoner. Do with as you like.
White Cloud, give him word.
All right, Tonto. Ready, Kimosabe?
I'm ready.
All right.
Now.
Paleface, throw knife at speed of light. Eye of lynx.
Knife pin feather to post.
White changers, keep big chief. What do you ask of White Cloud?
All I ask, White Cloud, is that you give Tonto and me time to capture the outlaws who poisoned the water hole.
Many cattle die. My people hungry. White Cloud give till tomorrow sundown. Then Apache go on warpath.
Until sundown, then. Here, Silver. Here, Scout. Easy, big fella. Ready, Tonto?
Be ready.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. That night, Jeff Carson was convinced that if Indians raided his cattle, his plans for guarding the herd would not only prevent the theft of the stock, but would capture the rustlers as well.
Slim, where are you?
I'm over here, boss.
Any sign of them redskins yet?
No, not yet, Mr. Carson. Everything's been quiet around here.
You don't think they'd try the other side, do you?
Well, I don't reckon so, boss.
I wish they'd come ahead if they're coming and get it over with. Seems like we've been waiting for them redskins most of the night.
Yeah.
You know, the north side is a logical place for them to try.
Boss, listen.
Someone coming now.
Yes, in a hurry, too.
You don't suppose it's them Redskins, do you, boss? If it is, I better...
It couldn't be, Slim. Maybe one horse coming. Who is it?
Who there? Who, boy? Who?
Is that you, Connie?
Here.
Hey, what's up?
Boss, old Mac didn't meet me at the corner like he was supposed to.
What's wrong?
I don't know, but something must be.
Maybe he fell asleep, boss.
He might have at that, Slim. Old Mac's not as young as he used to be.
That was a gunshot, boss.
Yeah, where'd it come from?
Over in old Mac's direction.
Maybe it's the engines.
Well, don't stand there gawking, Slim. Get a moving on.
Come on, Slim, let's go.
What about this here north side?
Never mind
boss?
about that. Come on.
Come on, get up there.
Get up there.
Get up, boy.
Get up there.
Sounds like old Mac's found himself in a mess of trouble.
Sure does.
Never mind the gab, just ride.
Get up, boy.
Get up there.
Well, they're rustling the cattle, boss.
Yeah, they won't get far.
Come on, horse.
Sounds like they're over there, near the corral.
Yeah, they came in the side facing town.
Yeah, the sign was just old Mac on
They're
top.
going fast.
You can't hardly see
Hurry,
him.
get after him.
There's something ahead on the ground.
Looks like a man.
Engine?
You can't tell yet, boss.
It looks like old Mac. Go, boy.
Oh, there. Oh, it is Mac. Oh, there. Mac.
Mac, you hurt?
Boss, he's dead.
Dead? Oh, it can't be. Mac. Why, bless their ornery hides. They'll pay for this, the yellow-livered coyotes.
They're getting away, boss.
After them.
It was the engines, all right. I saw him.
They'll get them for this, mark my words.
Come on, boy.
Get up there.
Get up there. Come on. They went that way, boss.
You can still see the ducks.
They're traveling fast, too. We're gaining on them.
Faster, horse, faster.
You can see him now, boss.
Shoot at them.
They're getting away.
Don't let them.
Well, it's no use, boss. They're going out of range.
No, we'll never catch them.
We'll catch them. We'll track them in the morning, the Stephen Polecats.
Early the next day, from their camp in a clearing in the woods, the Lone Ranger and Tonto heard the sound of several horsemen.
That's a posse, Tonto.
Ah, and them ride with plenty gun.
That posse can be heading only one place, the Indian village.
Ah.
I'm going to talk to them and find out what's happened. You ride to White Cloud. Warn him of the ranch is coming and remind him of his pledge not to make war until sundown.
Ah, here, Scout.
Wait for me at the Indian waterhole.
Ah, Tonto's heavy. Get him up, Scout.
Here, Silver. Easy, big fella. Well, Silver, old boy, I don't know what we can do to stall that posse. We've got to keep them from attacking the Indians and breaking the peace. Come on, big fella. Hold up there! I want to talk to you men! Whoa, Silver, whoa, boy, whoa. Is this the sheriff's posse?
No, it ain't. I take care of my own quarrels.
Who are you?
And I'm asking you the same question, mister. What's the idea of that mask?
There's a pact that forbids trespassing on Indian territory. Is that where you're going?
It sure is. Them Redskins broke the pact when they stole my cattle last night.
What? Stole your cattle?
That's right, mister. I'm Jeff Carson, the Bar Q Ranch. These are my waddies. One of my men was shot. And them Indians done it.
Yeah, and we're aiming to square things.
Yeah. And in case they're friends of yours, mister, don't let your fingers hang so too close to them 6 guns.
Carson, who told you the Indians stole your cattle?
We seen them. We waited till this morning to track them. The varmint's trailer's heading straight for the village.
I reckon they're aiming to replace the steers that disappeared with the ones they stole.
You, saw the tracks of these men?
Sure enough. Unshod horses, moccasins' feet.
Why would the men dismount and leave footprints?
I don't know.
What reason would rustlers have for dismounting from their horses?
Well, that don't make no difference, stranger. Now just stand aside and let...
Fast, mister, or you'll be stopping a slug.
Isn't it possible, Carson, that outlaws stole your cattle?
In moccasins?
Yes, in moccasins and dressed as Indians. To deceive you into blaming the Apaches.
Maybe. But I ain't counting on it.
That's why those men dismounted and left tracks. They wanted you to blame the Indians.
Stand aside, mister.
Now, wait.
Now get out of the way or we'll gun you down.
Carson, most of the Indians' cattle has been poisoned. They suspect the ranchers.
What's it?
White Cloud, the Apaches' chief, has promised me not to break the peace treaty before sundown. They give me a chance to capture the outlaws.
You mean...
Yes, I want your word not to break the agreement by trespassing on Indian territory until sundown.
It's a trick, Mr. Carson.
Now, there's a clearing in the woods. You can camp there.
Well, I don't know. I helped draw up that pact. I wouldn't want to be the first to break it.
The cattle's probably at the village now.
If that's true, both the Indians and the cattle will still be there at sundown.
He's right, boys. You have my word, stranger. We'll camp in the clearing till sundown.
Good. Until sundown. Come on, Silver.
Urging his great white stallion ahead, the masked man rode to meet Tonto at the Indian waterhole.
Whoa, Silver. Whoa, big fella. Whoa. Tonto, the posse claims the Indians stole cattle from them last night. They promised not to enter the village until sundown.
Oh, that bad. Indians got cattle here.
They have? Where did they get them?
Get cattle from fellows who sell them.
They bought the steers?
Ah.
What brand?
Carson brand.
Bought them. They'll never make the posse believe that, Tonto. That's enough evidence to start a range war.
And what we do?
We'll ride to the village and borrow some of White Cloud's braves. And we'll trail the men who sold the cattle. We must be back with their proof before sundown. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Well, Silver! Away!
A half-day's journey from the Apache's village, a band of outlaws rode leisurely along a dusty trail. At their head were Blackie and Mace.
Hey, what do you find so funny, Blackie?
The way we rustled them steers right out from under Jeff Carson's nose and sold them to the Indians.
We sure sold a lot of them.
Yeah. Now we'll move on to the next Indian village and repeat the same trick.
I reckon by now that the ranchers and the Indians are shooting it out to see who owns the cattle, huh?
Hey, who's that coming?
I don't know, but they're coming mighty fast.
Why, it's Indians.
There's a masked man leading them.
Come on, boys, ride!
Get up there! Get up there! Get up there! Get up there! They're gaining on us!
Shoot it out!
Shoot the masked man!
I got him in my gun sights. Oh, my hand!
I'm getting out of here!
Look out, he's throwing a rope!
Hey!
Oh, Silver! Oh, big fella!
Hey, you dragged me off my horse!
What do you want with us, stranger?
I want you and your gang for cattle rustling and trying to start a range war. Tie these two on their horses, Tonto.
Understand.
We'll let the braves take care of the rest of the gang. We've got to get these men back to the Indians' village before the Apaches and the posse begin fighting. All right, you two. Get moving.
Get him up,
Get down.
Come on, Silver.
The sun was sinking in the west when the Lone Ranger and Tonto, herding their sullen prisoners before them, met with White Cloud and Jeff Carson for a showdown.
Oh, Silver! Oh, big fella!
Hey, what are they being held prisoners for?
Them men sell cattle to Indians.
Oh, it's a lie, Mr. Carson.
Mr. Carson, these men dressed as Indians and stole your cattle. Then sold the steers to the Apaches.
No, it's a frame-up.
Well, you still got to prove your point, stranger.
You want proof that they're outlaws?
White Cloud want proof, too.
Tonto, is there water in your canteen? Mine's dry.
Say, can I have a drink of that water? I've been swallowing dust all day.
Sure. Here's water, Blackie. Take a big drink.
Oh, thanks. Throat was so dry I could hardly...
Hey, give me a crack at that canteen.
Certainly, Mace. Here.
Thanks. Sure feels good.
This water was taken from the Indian water hole. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned?
No, that poison wouldn't last more than a couple of days.
I thought arsenic poisoned water longer.
Arsenic?
Blackie, you fool, been drinking arsenic.
No, it can't be.
No, you said it was...
Shut up, you fool.
What did you use to poison the water, Blackie?
Well, if it was arsenic, we're dying. Get a doctor.
It wasn't arsenic, Mace. But you betrayed yourself that time.
Well, you tricked us.
You drank that water because you poisoned it. And knew that by now the water was pure again.
No, it's a lie.
You poisoned the water so the Indians would be short of beef. Would have to buy the stolen cattle you brought them.
Them got cash in pocket.
And you knew Carson's men would raid the village when they suspected the Indians of stealing their cattle. There'd be no time for explanations tracing the theft to you. There'd be war.
You low-down coyotes, is that true?
No, Mr. Carson.
Let's search him.
Here's the money these men had, Carson. Now, the Indians need cattle, and they've paid for them.
They can keep them, stranger. If it hadn't been for you and your Indian friend, the pact between the ranchers and the Apaches would have gone up in gunsmoke. Hey, White Cloud?
That right.
Here's a hangman's noose waiting for you, too, for killing old Mac.
It was Mace's idea, not mine.
No, you lie, Blackie. You thought of it from the first.
Shut up! Stranger, where he's gone?
White stranger ride white horse with speed of light.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Soon, these crisp October skies will reverberate to a new American sound, a sound that will strike terror to the hearts of our enemies. The publishers of Now magazine bring you a preview of this sound. It's the Army's new L-21 super tank. Listen to it. Rolling off the production lines at Detroit, the
That's
new
enough of the
L-21
radio.
super tank.
Well, Bradley, what do you think?
I don't get you, Mac. If that new L-21 tank isn't any better than it sounds, the Army's got a pile of junk.
Right as rain. You can blame me for that sound effect. I had the people at Now magazine smash the real record.
Keep talking, Mac. I'm still in the dark.
The new L-21 tank is a closely guarded military secret.
Oh, that's understandable.
And yet enemy agents already know enough about it to have made a sound effects record of it. My job is to see that their reports never reach Berlin.
And my job is to help you. But how?
In a way that you won't like, Bradley. I want you to do something that's quite unlike Jungle Jim.
The Adventures of Jungle Jim. A complete radio adventure based on the action pictures and characters of the same name that you find every Sunday in the Comic Weekly. And besides Jungle Jim, you'll find 24 more of your favorite features every Sunday in the Comic Weekly. That's why the exciting full-color pages of the Comic Weekly make Sunday morning adventure time. That's why 17 million readers agree that Sunday isn't complete without its surefire entertainment. And that's why the many great Hearst and other Sunday newspapers from coast to coast bring you the Comic Weekly. So make a note to buy and enjoy it yourself this Sunday. Look for the figure of Puck and the words The Comic Weekly at the top of the front page. And now for this week's adventures of Jungle Jim.
What for? You stopped car in middle of Hollywood, Tuan Jim.
Gonna park here for a minute, Colo.
Oh, understand now. You give pretty girl chance to see new suit.
What's the matter with this suit?
We'll say nothing, Tuan Jim.
Why not?
Suit be loud enough to speak for self.
This suit? It's a Glen Cannon plaid with yellow diamonds in the middle of each square. It's the very latest thing.
Too much late. Suit like that be worn by puffed-up shadow actor.
Shadow actor? Oh, you mean movie star?
Huh.
Well, that's the kind of part I'm playing on this case, Colo.
What is the case about, Tuan?
Don't know all of it myself. Mac told me to dress and act like a cheap tin horn. To brag about being Jungle Jim and all that. That's why I rented this fancy roadster and bought this flashy suit.
Part you play not fit you now, Tuan Jim. Suit not fit you either.
I know, but my orders are to help Mac in any way he tells me to. And this is what he told me to do.
Mr. Mac fellow tell you nothing more?
Not much, but I've got an idea, Colo. Mac's giving me all these fancy trimmings to dress me up as bait.
Not be pleasant for bait when swallowed by fish.
Don't worry. They're not swallowing me.
You seem plenty sure.
See that sign on that shop? Up on the next block and across the street? Sound Effects Unlimited. See it?
Yes, Colo see, but sign mean nothing to me.
In that shop, there are hundreds of recordings. When you listen to the radio and you hear a couple of planes fighting it out, or a sinking battleship, or a fire engine tearing down the street, you're hearing one of those records. The Now Magazine radio program rents records from these people.
Oh, yes. That be news program.
That's right. They dramatize the news. And on their program last week, they talked about the Army's new secret tank, the L-21. The Sound Effects Unlimited company sent them a recording that really was the L-21.
So Mr. Macfellow asked question, how come? Get back answer, monkey business.
Right. There's something screwy in that sound effects shop up the street. And our job is to help Mac find out what it is.
How to do this, Tuan Jim?
By acting conceited, Colo. By talking big and making the man. Come on, Colo.
Leave car here?
Yes. I just got the high sign from Mac.
Mr. Macfellow? Where?
Glance across the street. See that skinny mailman?
Oh, mailman, yes.
That's Mac. He just took off his cap and mopped his forehead. That's our signal. Now, when we get there, remember to back me up no matter what I say.
Yes, what is it? Come in.
Hey, Mr. Berger, no kidding.
Well, what is it now, Flora?
This Mr. Bradley outside. You better take care of him yourself.
I don't know why I ever hired you, Flora. You've been here 2 weeks, and it is one mistake after another.
Oh, gee whiz, I'm doing my best.
And the best is none too good. Last week you sent a Now Magazine program that confidential recording.
Oh, you're going to bore me out for that again. How'd I know it was such a secret?
Because you found it here in my office. Everything in here is confidential.
Okay, Mr. Berger. I learned my lesson, didn't I?
I only hope so. But now you interrupt me because you can't even take care of this Bradley fellow.
Say, I ain't so sure you can take care of him yourself.
What did he do, Flora? Get fresh with you?
He's fresh, all right, but not that way. He says all our sound effects are corny.
Corny?
Yeah, old-fashioned. Not up to snuff. Small time.
Small time? He must be crazy.
Sure he is. Crazy about himself.
Oh, conceited, is he?
I'll say. He says he tests...
Never mind. I will tell him myself.
Okay, but you better take some earmuffs. He's all swelled up because he's going to appear on the Now Magazine program next week.
I know all about him. The editor of Now Magazine telephoned me. He certainly makes himself at home. He's playing one of our sound effect records.
What did I tell you?
Hey, what's the idea?
My name is Berger, Mr. Bradley. I own this shop.
Yeah, well, it's nothing to brag about, Berger. How long is it since you made a new record?
Why, we're recording new sound effects all the time.
Not from what I've heard so far, brother. You're behind the times.
You don't say so.
You bet I say so in spades.
What's this? Who is this man?
His name's Colo. Don't mind him.
He's Mr. Bradley's bodyguard.
His bodyguard?
Sure, a fellow like me can't be too careful.
Mr. Bradley, you amaze me. A bodyguard.
Never mind that. What about getting me a decent sound effects record? That is, if you got one in the place.
What precisely did you have in mind?
Well, on the Now Magazine program, we're reenacting the test piloting I did 2 weeks ago on that new dive bomber.
The LRY 71?
Yes, that's the one.
Gee whiz, Mr. Berger, how did you
Shut
know...
up, Flora. We don't have anything that new, of course, but we...
Oh, of course not.
Mr. Bradley, you must realize that certain sound effects are forbidden to us. They are military secrets.
Alibis. Nothing but alibis. I want a dive bomb.
I have a dive bomber. Flo, where's that catalog?
Well, right here, but I already played him. The one...
Record not sound like plane. Sound like steamroller.
There, you hear that, Berger? Even an ignorant native can tell that your sound effects are corny.
Now, you listen, Whiteley.
No, you listen. The trouble with you're one of those thick, square-headed Germans. You've got no imagination.
You better be careful, Mr. Bradley. Mr. Berger's got a violent temper.
Shut up, Flo. We will leave the Germans out of this, Whiteley.
There, you see what I mean? Thick-headed, stubborn. You're no good at your job, so you put up a big bluff.
I'm not good at it. Big bluff, huh?
Certainly. You haven't got a decent sound effect record in the place.
No, haven't I?
No.
We will see.
I did see. I heard that 1917 Army tank you gave the Now magazine program last week, and
it was
a
mistake.
There you go again. Alibis. Now, I want a dive bomber, and all you got is something that sounds like an old Curtis Jenner.
Is that so?
You know it is.
I'll show you what I've got.
Don't bother.
Mr. Smart Attic Jungle Jim Whiteley, you wait right here. I go in my office for a new recording.
Oh, skip it. It'll be as bad as the others.
Wait, I said. You don't insult me and get away with it. I'll be right back. And I make you take back every single thing you said against my shot.
Well, I don't see why he's so burned up. I'm the one that should be...
Hey, tell your little playmate to stop fooling with that switch, will you?
Who, Colo? He won't hurt anything.
Yeah, but that switch lowers the stylus needle to make a new record.
Well, did you hear the lady, Colo?
Colo hear well, Tuan Jim.
Sure, if you push the button under that switch, it turn the microphone on. Everything in this room will be recorded. Some of it ain't been fit to hear.
If you mean those hungry sound effects, I agree with you, baby.
No, I mean you and your big mouth.
Oh, no, don't be that way.
Oh, wait, I thought I heard the front door.
Colo hear it, too.
Hello, anybody here?
Yeah, right in here.
Oh, it's the mailman.
What do you want?
Excuse me, lady. I'm new on this route. Ain't this the firm that mailed this package?
Well, let me see it. Well, sure, I mailed it myself last week.
Well, you better make a new package. Insufficient postage and improperly wrapped.
Are you kidding? The fellow waited right there.
I can't help that. I'm just the mailman, lady.
Oh, Mr. Berger's going to hit the ceiling.
Do you want me to wait, or shall I come back tomorrow?
No, wait, will you?
Now, Mr. Smart Alec, Mr. Big Expert, Mr. Jungle Jim that knows so much. Now you will hear a sound effect that is a sound effect. Dive bombers you want, huh?
Just one, Berger. Just one that sounds like a dive bomber.
Still making fun of me, eh? Very good.
Come on, stop talking. Let's hear what you've got.
By the way, Mr. Expert. Now then, I put it on the turntable. So, now you listen. You will hear a real dive bomber.
Well, that's more like it.
So, now the big expert sings a different tune. Huh?
Sure. Why, that recording can't be more than 2 years old.
2 years old?
What was that, Berger? An old BX-7 plane?
Just as I thought. The big expert is a fake.
No more fake than that recording is.
This happens to be a recording of the very plane you were talking about. The new LRY-71 dive bomber.
Well, who are you kidding?
No one. I made this recording myself at the testing field 2 weeks ago.
Oh, you did? How did you know it was going to be tested then?
Never mind how I knew.
Besides, that plane is a military secret.
So is the Army's new tank a military secret.
Oh, next I suppose you'll say you've got a recording of that.
Not anymore. But I did have one.
Oh, then where is it?
I mailed it to someone. Someone who knows real sound effects. When he hears them.
You mean this package here, Mr. Berger? I'm afraid your friend will never hear it. The record's broken.
What? The new mailman. What are you doing here?
Never mind that. How was your friend going to pay you for that record? In dollars or in German marks?
What? What are you talking about?
I think you know, Berger.
You're not a mailman. And Whiteley here. He isn't what he pretends either. And I suppose Flora is...
Huh? What did I do now?
Nothing. I guess you really are as dumb as you seem.
Look, Tuan Jim.
Mac, that dive bomber record.
He's going to smash it. Oh.
Correction, please. I have smashed it.
Then it is German marks you get paid in.
Sure it is. He's an Axis agent.
Of course I am. But without these sound effects records, where's your proof?
Not to move, please.
Attaboy, Colo. Keep him covered.
I don't understand.
Proof right behind me.
Well, I'll be a...
Colo threw the switch and made a record of the whole conversation, Berger.
Du Schweinhund! Hundehead! Amerikanischer Dummkopf! We Germans of the New Order will crush you with our superior intelligence.
Not if you're an example of it, Berger. Thanks to Colo, your own voice will be the sound effect that passes sentence on you.
Well, what do you know?
Nice going, Colo. You can have anything you want.
You mean this, Tuan Jim?
You know I do, Colo. You name it, and it's yours.
Yes. Could maybe Colo borrow loud, flashy suit for heavy date tonight?
Every Sunday you'll find still other adventures of Jungle Jim in the Comic Weekly. Yes, and Flash Gordon, the Lone Ranger, Prince Valiant, and the Phantom. They're all waiting for you in the pages of the Comic Weekly. They bring you action, suspense, mystery. And for chuckles, why, the Comic Weekly brings you Blondie, Snuffy Smith, Skippy, and all the... What about you? Oh, Donald Duck. Why, the Comic Weekly wouldn't be complete without you, Donald. Well, why don't you buy the Comic Weekly this Sunday and see for yourself... Mickey Mouse is your assistant, eh, Donald? Well, I'm sure that's news to Mickey. And I'm sure that the 17 million readers of the Comic Weekly will be looking for you this Sunday. The Comic Weekly comes to you with the many great Hearst and other Sunday newspapers from coast to coast. And next week, we'll be back with another radio adventure starring Jungle Jim.
The Treasury Star Parade. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Beecher, with Vincent Price as our Master of Ceremonies, David Brookman and the Treasury Orchestra and Chorus, and our two special guests, the great American poet Carl Sandburg and one of our finest American baritones, Conrad Thibault.
This is Vincent Price, ladies and gentlemen, in another of the programs brought to you by the Treasury Department. Today we have a very special treat for you in the person of Mr. Carl Sandburg. You all know him and know his poetry. Mr. Sandburg is an American and part of our prairies, our industries, our cities, and our towns. He knows them, loves them, and writes about them. He knows them firsthand, too. He left school at the age of 13 to drive a milk truck. He worked in brickyards and potteries and in the Kansas wheat fields. He listened to the voice of America and learned how it talked. And then he began to write about it. Poems like his famous Chicago, The People, Yes, books like his immortal biography of Lincoln, and collections of Americana like his tuneful, lusty, magnificent compilation of American folk songs, The American Song Bag. Mr. Sandburg, Conrad Thibault, and David Brookman have put their heads together and pulled out of the song bag 4 of the greatest songs to come out of America, full of its laughter, its power, and its new rawness. Such songs as Sweet Betsy from Pike, a rollicking ballad of the ups and downs of the covered wagon days of the 1840s. It's droll, don't care, bleary and leering. And I think you'll agree that Conrad Thibault and our boys have caught the ribald spirit of it. At it, boys.
Don't you remember sweet Betsy from Pike, who crossed the big mountains with her lover Ike, with 2 yoke of cattle, a large yellow dog, a tall Shanghai rooster, and 1 spotted hog. Saying goodbye, right now, we farewell for a while. They soon reached the desert where Betsy came out, and down in the sand she lay rolling about, while Ike in great tears looked on in surprise, saying, Betsy, get up, you get sand in your eyes. Ike and sweet Betsy attended a dance, where Ike wore a pair of his Pike County pants. Sweet Betsy was covered with ribbons and rings. Quoth Ike, you're an angel, but where are your wings? Long Ike and sweet Betsy got married, of course, but Ike, getting jealous, obtained the divorce. And Betsy, well satisfied, said with a shout, goodbye, you big lummox, I'm glad you backed out. Say goodbye, dear Ike, farewell for a while.
The steel-driving men who toiled in the tunnels and on the railroads had their own song, a working-class song straight from the men on the job, Driving Steel.
Driving steel, driving steel, driving steel, boys, it's hard work, I know. Driving steel, driving steel, driving steel, boys, it's hard work, I know. night, boys, I'm bound to stay all day. Treat me wrong, treat me wrong, treat me wrong, boys, I'm bound to
America laughed and brawled in lusty delight when it was young, but it also had its tender, sentimental moments. Here, for instance, is a song meant to be sung by a lone horseman silhouetted against a distant horizon in the long western twilight, when the curtains of night are pinned back.
When the curtains of night are pinned back by the stars, and the beautiful moon sweeps the sky, I'll remember you, love, in my
Across the mountains and plains and deserts of the West, the horse, the mule, and the burro were the overland freighters. But then the boxcar came to give the cruel desert spaces a friendly and human look. And as the work gangs spiked rails and ties, and the eastern and western gangs came closer together, this song arose, full of jubilation and laughter, the Great Pacific Railway.
The Great Pacific Railway for California hail. Bring on the locomotive, lay down the iron rail. Across the rolling prairies, by steam we're bound to go. The railroad cars are coming, humming through New Mexico. The railroad cars are coming, humming through New Mexico. The Great Pacific Railway for California hail. Bring on the locomotive, lay down the iron rail. Across the rolling prairies, by steam we're bound to go. The railroad cars are coming, humming through New Mexico. The railroad cars are coming, humming through New Mexico.
Conrad Hugo and David Brookman. Some years ago, ladies and gentlemen, I was privileged to spend an hour aboard one of the greatest ships in the world. Thousands of tons of potential power and speed and beauty, with its flat deck and graceful lines. A few weeks ago, the newspapers printed a photograph of that same ship. But now, with smoke billowing from her seams and her men forced to abandon her at sea, for just a few hours after this picture was taken, she slipped with a mighty roar and a vast shuddering sigh beneath the waters of the Coral Sea. We have asked Mr. Sandberg to read his poem of tribute to the great ship Lexington and to her gallant crew.
Weep not for me, though I am a wreck at the bottom of the sea, shed no tears for me. I am remembered by a photograph showing one of my last great moments. Down to the waters of the sea, sliding down ropes, you will see the men of my crew. Down they slide to the open sea, where waiting boats pick them up. On the floor of the sea I rest now, the USS Lexington, an aircraft carrier. I shall be remembered for punishment I gave the enemy, I and my crewmen. Maybe you heard how the men of the ship acted before they left me. Maybe you heard how they took their shoes and lined them in nice, neat rows on the flight deck. And the Admiral saying in Chicago later, "Sure, they did exactly that. Nothing surprising. Sailors are orderly people." Tell that Chicago boy, John Kmetek, I'm sorry about him, and I know his heartache. I saw him swimming quite a while before he was picked up. And I believe his telling the home folks he couldn't take another last look at me. A good cook and a mighty nice musician, John Kmetek, if you ask me. Shaking a mean pan of eggs, and in the cool of the evening, handy with the accordion. Not satisfied till he had a $1,000 accordion. His best pal, that accordion. Swimming in the open sea just before I sank out of sight for all time. Kmetek couldn't take another last look. And Kmetek came near crying. Two things he loved were fading from him. A ship and an accordion. Weep not for me, the USS Lexington, nor the shoes of the crew in nice rows on the flight deck, nor John Kmetek, nor his $1,000 accordion, now soaking in sea salt water. The same sweet crew shall have another ship, and they will line new shoes in nice rows. And if and when Kmetek plays sad music on his new accordion, they will know he is remembering old loves. Postscript and footnote. When these lines were printed in newspapers over the country, there were many fine and sentimental Americans who decided to raise the money for a new accordion for Kmetek. And he played at San Diego one evening on a national hookup before an immense audience. And now, Kmetek is way out somewhere on the Pacific. And in the cool of the evening, he is probably playing his new accordion to his new shipmates.
Thank you, Carl Sandburg. Thank you for immortalizing for the world this tragic and heroic story. The story of the Lexington helps us realize where we stand today as Americans. In every branch of the service, air, land, and sea, ships and planes and equipment are being lost. On far-flung battlefronts, men are giving their lives to preserve American ideals, American freedom and democracy. And here at home, we have our job to do, to manufacture and build and transport the materials of war to the battlefields. Our watchword is to fight, to work, and to save. The United States Treasury is faced with the monumental task of financing America's war effort. To do that, it must have money. And so you have been asked, all of us have been asked, to invest, not give, but invest as much as we can possibly afford every week or every payday in United States war savings bonds. Have you answered your war bond quota call? If you haven't, do it today. Remember, every dollar you invest in United States war savings bonds and stamps, you are investing in the future security of America. This is your country. Keep it yours.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay, men, here's that #1 show for the AEF and for all you folks in the United Nations. Yes, sir, it's Command Performance time here in the USA, with the War Department shortwaving the answers to the thousands of swell letters you send to the American entertainment industry. Tonight, Command Performance mops up a big flood of special requests for a crew of your favorite singers doing a batch of your favorite tunes. And just to give you a little warning of the shape of things to come in the next half hour, here's John Stott Cotter's orchestra, the Music Maids in Hal, and your master of ceremonies, Bing Crosby.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. The other night, dear, as I lay sleeping, I dreamed I held you in my arms. When I awoke, dear, I was mistaken, and I hung my head and cried. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away.
I'll always love you, and I could make you happy if I were only sure that you would say the same. But if you leave me so I can love another, you will regret it all someday. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I really love you. So please don't take my sunshine away. Doo-doo-doo.
My sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. Thank you, Music Maids in Hal, and ditto to John Scott Trotter, and more of the same to you boys in the band. Before calling signals for the next play, let's do sort of a once-over lightly on the rest of the old Command Performance lineup for tonight. It seems that you boys in the AEF, who are our postal quarterbacks, have picked out those all-American quartets, the Charioteers and the Ambassadors, and those 2 4-letter stars with the letters from the Army, the Navy, the Marines, and the Coast Guard, Miss Mary Martin and Miss Dinah Shore. So break up the huddle, men. Opening play is Martin around right end. Here she comes, Miss Mary Martin.
Hello over there. Hello, Bing.
Hello, Mary. And how's with that Martin appendix?
Well, Bing, my appendix is sort of like wages and salaries.
I see what you mean. Frozen.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mary, it's mighty sweet of you to put this Command Performance ahead of the one that you've got to make at the hospital soon. What's the tune going to be?
Well, Bing, it's for Corporal Haynes at APO 955 and for Sergeant Garner at Guantanamo Bay, the gang at Fort Randolph, for the World War I veterans.
World War I vets?
Well, you know Bing. They did it before.
Oh, do it again, I think.
That's right. Oh, do it again. I may say no, 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 but do it again. My lips just ache to have you take the kiss that's waiting for you. You know if you do, you won't regret it. Come and get it. Oh, no one is near. I may cry, oh, 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 but no one will hear. Mama may scold me 'cause she told me it is naughty, but then, oh, do it again. Please do it again. Do it again. I may say no, 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 but do it again. My lips just ache to have you take the kiss that's waiting for you. You know if you do, you won't regret it. Come and get it. Oh, no one is near. I may cry, oh, oh, no one will hear. Mama may scold me 'cause she told me it is naughty, but then, oh, do it again. Please do it again. Oh.
That was swell, Mary, and John Stott Carter. I mean, you know, Mary, that tune really does things to me.
Well, Bing, I guess it is kind of a catchy tune.
Oh, it catches you and won't turn you loose. You know, when you sing that song, Mary, did you see the way the soldiers' faces lit up? That tune has spirit. Mm-hmm. It's made for the military. If John Scott Trotter would write me into it, you and I might have a very neat duet.
Bing, I don't think it's your type.
No?
Besides, if we're to sing together, there's a song that's much more suitable.
Well, this is command performance, Mary, and I'm here to take orders. What's the name of this here ditty?
Wait till the sun shines, Nellie.
Well, how about that?
Mr. Trotter, if you please. Wait till the sun shines, Nellie, when the clouds go drifting by. We will be so happy, Nellie. Don't let me hear you sighing.
I can't stand to see you crying down.
Down Lover's Lane we'll wander, sweetheart, you and I. If you will wait
that's the garden
till
gate.
the sun shines,
honey, I don't
Nellie,
feel
by and by.
Okay, in the sweet by and by.
Wait till the sun shines, Nellie, when the clouds go drifting by.
We will be so happy,
Nellie. Don't let me hear you make a sound.
Don't let me hear you make a sound.
Way down in Lover's Lane we'll wander, sweetheart, you and I. We'll be so happy together, but it all depends on the weatherman.
Nellie!
Oh, Nellie! Don't you sit there and sigh. If you will wait till the sun shines, Nellie.
In the Mary Martin. And with our special thanks, Mary. Gang, you know your letters from the middle of Middle Egypt and from other nearby stamping grounds of the AEF, such as Northern Ireland and New Caledonia and Iceland and Newfoundland and so forth, all convey a lot of G2 to the end that an aggregation called the Charioteers are the money in your book. Well, these lads are making their first trip to Command Performance, but we've given them ample warning that you guys operate a priority system that'll snag them back in a hurry. Reading from left to right, the Charioteers are tenor,
Wilfred Williams.
second tenor,
Edward Jackson.
baritone,
Ira Williams.
bass,
Howard Daniels.
and James Sherman is at the piano. And the Charioteers are on the beam with Ride, Red, Ride.
Oh, the name of the song is Ride, Red, Ride, Ride, Red. Take your tuba from your side and ride, oh, ride, 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 ride. Oh, ride, 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 ride. Take your tuba from your side, red. Stick out your chest with pride. Don't be ashamed when I call your name. Able to send me with a rhythm you win me while it paint the whole town red, red. Boy, you heard what I said. Goodness gracious, you thrill me bodacious. So ride, red, ride.
Take your troubles from your side, red. Stick out your chest with pride, red. Don't be ashamed when I call your name. Cause Gabriel, you send me with rhythm. You win the well, paint the whole town red, red. You heard what I said. My goodness gracious, you thrill me bodacious. So ride, red, ride.
And the bridges are falling down. Why don't you help me go to town?
Solid, aren't they? Thank you, Charioteers. Well, let's see here. What have we got here? What's this? Something to read, I guess. Read. It says here, though you don't know it, you are the secret love of our life. Command Performance Sunday before last. I'd like to hear you. Got a few of your records. When we play them, we become the most popular fellows in our barracks. It's a letter from two sergeants dated August 25th. Doesn't say where. Addressed to, now it's making sense. It's from Miss Dinah Shore. Okay, Dinah, you can come out now.
Okay, Bing. Hello again, fellas. Howdy, Frank, Ray, and Bill at APO 957. Corporal Garrison, how's Hawaii treating you? At APO 851, my best to Pratt, Andrews, Morgan, Fryer, Bergen, and Honesty. Gunners Winland in Newfoundland, how's that slum burner friend of yours behaving? Love to a certain detached outpost of Marines in the west coast jungles of Panama. And you know who I mean. Hello, Bill Henning at sea, and Private Fair from Tennessee and your girlfriend Mary. Regards to the Signal Corps boys at Box BG APO 825, and ditto to Corporal Meslowski and 6 privates at Fort Randolph. To some guys at APO 677 who say they're on air whenever Command Performance is on the air, we say, them's kind words, fella. And hey there, Andrus, I'm going to frame your September the 11th letter. Well, really, this is all the time I should take for now, except to say love to Mac, Red, Clancy, and T-Bone somewhere north of the farthest point north, and to give John Scott Trotter and the ambassadors a cue for Kalamazoo. Hey, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. I got a guy in Kalamazoo. I don't like to boast, but I know he's the toast of Kalamazoo. Zoo, 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 zoo. Years have gone by. My, how he grew. I liked his looks when he carried my books in Kalamazoo. Zoo, 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 zoo. I'm gonna send a wire, hopping on a flyer, leaving today. Am I dreaming? Can't you hear me screaming? Hiya, Mr. Jackson, everything's okay. Alamazo. What a guy, a real pepperoo. I'll make my bid for that freckle-faced kid I'm hurrying to. I'm going to Michigan to see the sweetest guy in Kalamazoo. Zoo, 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 zoo.
She's gonna send a wire, hopping on a flyer.
Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.
Am I dreaming? I can hear her screaming.
Hiya, Mr. Jackson.
Everything's okay, okay, okay.
Alamazo. What a guy,
a real pepperoo.
I'll make my bid for that freckle-faced kid I'm hurrying to. I'm going to Michigan to see the sweetest guy in Kalamazoo. Zoo, 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 zoo. Kalamazoo.
That was swell, Dinah.
Thank
Say, you're from the deep south, aren't you?
I allow to say I am, Colonel Crosby.
Well.
Right down from the Stephen Foster belt.
Well, then you surely must know that tune that they play at the Kentucky Derby when those fine thoroughbreds go to the post.
Yeah, I know it, but how would you know it?
I heard it on the radio, but look, my horses are going to be much better next year.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going to have Bob Hope riding them.
Bob Hope, a jockey?
Yes. Don't you think it'd be a novelty to have the jockey win by a nose?
Oh. Well, let's get back to Stephen Foster in Kentucky.
Yes, if they'll still have us. Let's, how about my old Kentucky home with Perry Bodkin and his guitar?
The sun shines bright in the old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the darkies are gay. The corn tops bright, and the meadows in the blue, while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times comes the knocking at the then my old Kentucky home. Good night. Weep no more, my lady.
Weep no more,
oh, lady.
No more, we will
sing one song for the old Kentucky home. For
Well, gang, the only time here on Command Performance that we ever disagree with you guys over there is when you start arguing that this big show of yours means more to you than your letters mean to us. Because a decision on that would be closer than your next breath. The mail we get often piles up to the point where we feel that we're not getting through to all of you on schedule. Why don't we just sort of thumb through a brace of your notes right here? Let's see, from North Sector General Hospital, the officers, nurses, civilian employees, patients, they say words are too few to describe how we appreciate Command Performance. Well, mates, here's your short order. Give me 12 roses, put your heart in beside 'em, and send them to the one I love. The lyrics are a little wrong, but the idea. Right. And hello to the lonesome singers at APO 961. Miss Lesky, Karamati, and the mob who want a sleepy lagoon, a tropical moon, and two on an island. Da-da-da-da-dee. A lot of you guys who used to be Sunday drivers are now changing oil in those U.S. Grant tanks and doing a super G-man job hunting down those Axis bandits. It's a far cry from the guy in this favorite tune of yours. Put on your old gray bonnet with the blue ribbons on it while I hit shoulder into the shade. O'er the fields of clover we will drive to Dover on a golden wedding day. I picked out the key, too. I should know that. And Dinah, Miss Dinah, how many thousands of fighting men ask for blues in the night? Give 'em a wee touch of that, gal.
My mama done told me when I was in pigtails. My mama done told me.
Too low. That key is too low. I sprung a tonsil on that last note. Well, we've got Stalio and Pine and Hayhurst and Sutton at APO 25 to reckon with, too. They go for every honeybee, sighs with ecstasy. When they see you out with me, I don't blame them, goodness knows.
Sing it.
Honeysuckle rose.
Bing, you're not getting out of here without answering Hughes and Gamble at Fort Randolph and a certain Company B.
Oh, what's the ditty, pretty?
Oh, you're so corny.
Oh, shuck another. Go on.
When the deep purple falls over sleepy garden walls.
And that next part's too darn high for me to sing. Well, as the boys say, songs and Dinah, what a pair. What's with, how about Private Morrow at APO 957 and his honey in Providence, Rhode Island? Only forever, that's all, brother.
Do I want to be with you as the years come and go, only forever?
Great.
If you'd care to know. And for 8 limey sergeants in the Middle East, 3 little words. Oh, how I long for that wonderful phrase.
Continue.
To hear those 3 little words.
Lay 'em on there, honey.
That's all I long for the rest of my
Oh, yes,
days.
and for those guys at APO 953 and Joe Tuccio at APO 851. You are always in my heart. I don't know the rest of the words. Da-da-da-da-da-da-dee-da-dee-da-dee-da-dum.
Gee, that's pretty.
Neat?
Yes. But, Bing, there's still one song that all our men all over the world want to hear. And they want to hear it just from you. So, fellas, here's Bing Crosby singing Stardust.
Hit me and take me. Sometimes I wonder why I spend the lonely night dreaming of a song. The melody haunts my reverie, and I am once again with you. When our love was new, and each kiss an inspiration. Oh, but that was long ago.
Now my consolation is in the stardust of a song beside a garden wall. When stars are bright, you are in my arms. The nightingale tells his fairy tale of paradise where roses grew. Though I dream in vain, in my heart it will remain, my stardust melody, the memory of love's refrain. The nightingale tells his fairy tale of paradise where roses grew. Though I dream in vain, in my heart it will remain, my stardust melody, the memory of love's refrain. When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day, someone waits for me.
Well, gang, I must say if there was ever any doubt about you guys being able to take it, that session ought to settle it. All of us who've been dishing it out on command performance tonight, Mary Martin, Dinah Shore, the Charioteers and the Ambassadors, the Music Maids and Hal, plus John Scott Trotter and the boys in the band, have a very weighty and significant final message to shortwave at you. Namely, thanks from all of us over here and the best to all of you over there. So long.
The greatest entertainers in America, saluting Uncle Sam's armed forces throughout the world and our civilian workers and friends in all the United Nations. Command Performance is presented by the War Department of the United States of America in cooperation with the Hollywood Victory Committee and Local 47 American Federation of Musicians. This is Don Wilson saying, send those letters to Command Performance, care of this station, and be on the beam again next week and every week till it's over there. Good night, men.
Yank, the Army Weekly, presents G.I. Jive. Here it is, fellas, the music you asked for, G.I. Jive, the AEF jukebox of the air. To get what you want in jazz, right. The only address you need is Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. Just put your requests in, and out will come your favorite bands and singing stars. Yes, men, the stuff is here, and it's not only mellow, it's delightful, delicious, and de-lovely. No, I'm not talking about the music today. I'm referring to the gal in charge of the old jukebox for this occasion, the glamorous and charming MGM pinup girl, Miss Donna Reed. It's all yours, Donna.
Thank you, Lou, and hello, fellows. It's quite a thrill to be elected chairman of the Record Spinners Club for today. I'll try to keep the tunes rolling, and that shouldn't be difficult because we've got numbers that jingle, jangle, and jump. And just to prove it, I'm going to set the needle down right now in the groove of a swell old favorite called the Limehouse Blues, as done by Erskine Hawkins and his band. Right here, it's a pleasure to respond to a few requests. And there are quite a few now that I look at the letter. Seems that a lot of fellows at APO 980 are hankering to hear a record of Coming In on a Wing and a Prayer. Namely, the men who want it are Sergeant Wykoski and Privates Duckworth, Gescobell, Hollingsworth, Harper, Turner, Garrett, and Peters. Well, men, here it is. And it's done by the old master himself, Bing Crosby. Okay, Bing, you're on.
One of our planes was missing, 2 hours overdue. One of our planes was missing with all its gallant crew. The radio sets were humming, they waited for a word. Then a voice goes through the humming, and this is what they heard.
Coming in on a wing and a prayer. Coming in on a wing and a prayer. Though there's one motor gone, we can still carry on. Coming in on a wing and a prayer. What a show, what a time.
Yes, we really hit our target for tonight.
How we sing as we limp through the air. Look below, there's our field over there. With our full crew aboard and our trust in the Lord, we're coming in on a wing and a prayer.
have one more gone, we can still carry on. In on a wing and a prayer.
What a show, what a fight. Yes, we really hit our target for tonight. How we sing as we limp through the air. Look below, there's our field over there. With our full crew aboard, and I trust in the Lord we're coming in on a wing and a prayer.
Coming in on a wing and a prayer.
Coming in on a wing and a
Very nice, Bing. And now let's see what's coming up. Yes, I think this one ought to fill the order. It's by Kay Kaiser and all the lads, and it's a tune called Bugle Jazz. The professor and his students really do right by this one, and I think it ought to win your okay. All right, Mr. Kaiser, if you please. I'll buy that one anytime. But it's time to take care of some more requests. This next tune seems to be a great favorite in all areas. For instance, we got one letter asking for it from Sergeant John Clark in New Guinea, and another from as far away as Alaska. That one was from Corporal DeBlack and Private Rex Winter with the United States Army Engineers. The number in question is Count Basie's record of the 1 o'clock jump. It has also been asked for by Robert Larkin and Ship's Company, Roland Pett, and the Seagull crew of the Nasty Nanny. That's a hunk of requests, and here comes a hunk of music, the 1 o'clock jump. That brings us right down to the bottom of the stack, fellows, for this time. It's been fun playing the records for you. I'd like to come back and do it all over again real soon. Till then, so long, and hurry home.
Thank you, Donna Reed, and you're welcome here anytime. Remember, fellas, this is your show, and you call the shots. If there's anything you want to hear, write. The only address you need is Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. This program was produced by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
been at ease for the past quarter hour with music by Michel Perrier and the AFRS Orchestra. Songs were I've Got My Love to Keep Me Warm, Imagination, and Easy to Love. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.